think we might be live. This thing on? Hello? Well, looks like it. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Fish Tank. It's tournament time here. Night's Duel number 38, I think it is. Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf, Minion Masters developer, bringing this to you. Alongside me, BadasFish80, and of course Sinobii is behind the scenes, keeping everything running smoothly. Fingers crossed. Right. Good raid coming in from G-Town. Thank you, G-Town. Reminder that we, as always, we're on a 3-minute delay for these tournament streams. So we will keep everything above board. Thanks so much, Froggeroni for the follow, Renzo for the sub, DSOO for the sub, G-Town coming in with a raid, doing those big things. Polo! Ninjas, what's going on? Right, so we're just getting set up here. So, what do we need to talk about? $400 prize pool, 1v1 of course. We're going to have 5 Swiss rounds where the players play against each other, earning points, and the players will play against other players of a similar record today, so winners against winners, etc. And then we should have our top 4. So whilst we're in the Swiss format of the event, we'll be going through best of 3 matches, and then when we get to the elimination, the best of 5 shootout, where we have conquest rules where the players cannot play a master if they've won with the master. Right, let's see what we need to do to get everything running smoothly here. Okay, let's do an announcement in the Discord. Okay, so got a few things to talk about. Alternative master perks are here. They were added to the game in 2.5. So if you're not familiar with that, all of the masters have an extra perk that you can choose to use. But we will not be seeing them today. A little bit frustrating, but it was kind of an easy decision to make because there's some balance issues with them. There are some bugs with a few of them. So some of them would have to be banned on their own anyway. And also there's some UI issues that make it less than an ideal situation. So wish that we could have seen the alternate master perks in this event, but I think it's probably best if we put them off to the next event. Hopefully all the bugs will be ironed out, the balance will be better, and the UI will be fully supportive of everything that's going on. So if you're a competitor, no alternative master perks. If you do play an alt master perk, then that's effectively playing a banned card and you're going to lose the match. So please reset to your default perks. Uncle reached a 5 stream streak, and as he says, starts in March. Yeah, lovely. Thanks for that. Right, so there should be a pinned message at the top of the chat for the bracket, so if you want to follow along, make sure you do that. That will show everything that's going on. We also have a giveaway. So let me get that command in the chat. So make sure you follow and type that command. Enter today's giveaway. We'll do that at the end of the stream or after the stream as always. Right. What else do we need to talk about? Okay, so there are some banned cards. Well, let me just remind myself. So, as always, the season content is banned. So we've had one new card this season, which is Karmic, which is one of those cards that's actually been seen quite a lot. Probably has the new season kind of additional, making people play it more than they would potentially normally. If you watch my meta video from this season so far, you'll see that Karmic's pretty heavily played, and definitely seems to be like a decent enough unit. Not OP, not too weak, seems okay, not shaping the meta like things like Wartrack have, thank God. But we don't need to speak about him anymore because he won't be in this tournament because he is a season card, so he is banned. And then I think there's a few cards, if I just remind myself of the list. Normally what I do for the tournament competitors is I put together a list of cards that are not banned, but they don't work quite correctly. And these are cards with warnings, and basically you can play them at your own risk. Let me just find the list of these. So these are normally things that are broken, but broken in ways that are going to be detrimental to the person playing them. So they're not cards that can be abused or really help you. They're cards that can hinder you potentially. And if you decide to play them, then, you know, that's just opening yourself up. Okay, so the only other full ban we have is there's a weird interaction between Frostfang Familiar stroke Haunting Hugger, and if you put Monitor Nats on them. So those cards aren't banned outright, but the combination of those cards is banned. So you can't play the Familiar or the Hugger with the Nats. Basically what happens is if you get a Frostfang Familiar and then you put the Nats on it, the Familiar will then enter the Nat, because that's what it does, right? It finds something close to it. And then basically you'll just have the Nats standing there as a turret. And something similar happens with the Haunting Hugger as well. And that's definitely something that could be abused. Might not necessarily be strong, but could definitely be abused. So that's out. Warnings, we'll just go very quickly through these. But the players should hopefully have watched, seen this list. So there's a problem with Morelia where her spellbook reduction doesn't apply to spells if they're in your hand. Which, if you're not playing spell reduction Morelia, doesn't matter. And you can play around it a little bit. King Puff, there's been some rare occasions where Night Puffs aren't generated from perk 3. So I mentioned that there. Null Matrix doesn't seem to correctly remove all buffs. And Null Matrix, we spoke about how season cards this season are banned, but last season's season cards that were previously banned are now unbanned. So you can play Protocol Assassin or the Null Matrix, but we probably won't see either of those because they're not great. And as mentioned, Null Matrix doesn't seem to remove all the buffs properly. Incubus can become stuck if it dies whilst it's never stepping, and Morgrel the Swarmer King doesn't do a knockback or damage on death. So those warnings, you can use those, but use those at your own risk. So I think that's pretty much all we need to talk about with regards to what the players can't play. Of course, each of the players gets their ban powers for each match, so they can ban a master and 3 specific cards that will prevent their opponent from playing those, and their opponent has that power back at them. The bans are normally done in private, so nobody gets the benefit of going last. So we'll see what gets banned. If you watched my meta video, definitely go check that out on my YouTube. You'll have seen there's lots of stuff that is strong this season. Zealots, very, very strong in solos. Crossbow Clubhouse, also very, very strong in solos. Both of those cards likely to get nerfs in the upcoming patch in 2.6. So people will definitely have to take into account those cards and consider if they're going to play them, ban them, how they're going to counter them, or etc. etc. Why would Frostberry be banned? Don't know, Renzo. I haven't heard of any problems with the Frostberry Bearer, apart from it being a lot stronger than it was before, because it has that that extra charge hanging underneath its chin that can heal itself. It regularly heals everything that hits 50%. I haven't heard of that. Haven't seen any reports about that. Right. So, as mentioned before, you can follow along with the brackets so you can see what's going on. So, Ficus won the last event, if I remember correctly. I think he beat DARKCROW in the final. Is Ficus here? Yes. We got some big names and some new names. Always good to see. DSOO's here. Pillowpants, DARKCROW, Set, Ficus, Destroy, Chief, SILCO, VTEK, Babela. Some newer names and some experienced names as well. So that's good to see. We will get into our first match as soon as possible. I was just awaiting a friend request. It looks like we may have it. So remember now, with the friend requests, you do them in-game, not via Steam. I don't know if you do a Steam friend, then it becomes an in-game friend. Just do in-game. Just do in-game. It's easier, right? So let's set up here. So basically, I'm going to set the match up, and then we're just waiting for the bans to come in from the players to see what's going to happen. And then once we've got that set up, then we can actually have some gameplay. Right, so the first game we're going to see SILCO against VTEK. Both of these very experienced players. VTEK I definitely see more in duos, and not necessarily... I don't think I've seen VTEK in a lot of tournaments. So that could be something to keep in mind. Right, let me know in the chat if I've forgotten anything. Right, let's have a look. Okay, so the players have decided amongst themselves that they don't want to ban anything. So, our bans look like this. SILCO has banned nothing, 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 and in return, VTEK has banned nothing, 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 nothing. Yes, Renzo. Right, FDM is in the chat. One of the devs. If you've got any questions for him, let him know. If you're going to speak, if you're not going to speak in English, I'm probably not going to know what you're saying. Actually, I can translate this in Chrome. Speak Chinese. I don't know Chinese, unfortunately. So we have a bit of an issue. Okay, so VTEK, and let's make sure we got the SILCO spectate set up. As always, SILCO using a different name just to confuse everyone. Right. You'll be under Expert Areas 02 for reasons. Right. Okay, are we ready? What have I forgotten to do? I don't know. I think we're good. Okay, let's say ready. So reminder, no bans. Players decided to do a no-holds-barred cage match. Which they're within their right to do. Ban powers are optional. You don't have to use them. Oh, yeah, there is one. Okay, Renzo, I think that bug is where something gets... I think it heals a bunch of stuff if they all hit 50% at the same time. I think Jackie was doing that with like a bunch of Blood Imps and Howling Moon. Maybe. Maybe. Bad decks incoming. Reminder to everyone that we are on a 3-minute delay, so please, if you're in the tournament and you lose a match, don't come straight in and spoil the result because we're 3 minutes behind. Cool. Right. I think we're good. Right. Thanks for everyone joining us. Hopefully we should have a good time. So 5 Swiss rounds, best of 3 in those Swiss rounds. No conquest rules, which means the players can play whatever masters they want, assuming that they're not banned by their opponent. And then once those 5 rounds are over, we'll have our top 4, count them, and then we will go into our best of 5 shootout where we have conquest rules, which mean you cannot play a master if you've won with the master. Right, here we go. We're loading into the first game of the day. It's SILCO against VTEK. What's up, Mr. Anno Ringcast? Right, all things being well, we should have our dual deck technology. can see both players' hands at the same time. Right, SILCO in the blue team playing Mordor. This is an interesting Mordor. It's Mordor, but it is an Empyrean Mordor. Seems kind of strange. VTEK playing Rekt with the latest Rekt skin. The Rekt, you watch when Rekt does his shadow dance. It does have a cool animation, but it is pretty egregious. Great big purple storm. Right, a lot of damage there. I don't know if that's worth it, right? You could have handled that much more efficiently with regards to that the HP of Rystar there. But let's see. Counter push coming here from VTEK. Nice chain lightning. Ardera, of course, will be damaging herself as she attacks. Now, puffs don't revive from the tombstone, so you don't have to worry about that. Could be a good res coming here. SILCO has to play this well, though, because there's a lot of things that can be a bad res. That is a good res. This could be a very, very terrifying push. Ardera is a card that we see banned very, very often in tournament play. And you'll see here, he's done the right thing, VTEK there. He's cleared everything else around Ardera and then killed Ardera, so she doesn't do that trigger when she Divine Shields everything on death. Right, good play at the top there from SILCO, getting the assassin while it's out of stealth, stops it re-stealthing, and shuts it down. Blue obtained perk 2. Slight XP lead for VTEK here, but I'm interested to see how SILCO does with the reses. Can't res Rystar because he's mythic, right? Can't res the puff because it's a puff. Rystar does hit really hard. Has a decent splash AoE. Let's see, Tombstone's charged. So whatever dies next is going to revive a Muffin, assuming it's a legit target. This is a scary push, though. Nice black hole, keeping the assassin out of play while he's taking massive damage. This looks like it's going to be end of the game here. There we go. SILCO takes the first game with a very unusual Mordor Rystar deck. So, I feel like we only spotted we only saw one thing res, right? And I think that was just a great res, actually, of the Ardera. It was interesting to see if the game progressed, what kind of revives were going to be gotten, but we got one good res and that seemed to be enough. Scary push. As mentioned when we were talking about what's currently strong in the meta, the brothers of the brothers of the Burning Fist, zealots of the Burning Fist. Yes, they're very, very strong in the meta, and we saw them there. Likely to get a nerf coming up in the next patch, but not this. And of course, this is what happens when you do a no holds barred, no bans. Then you can run into absolutely anything. So best of 3, SILCO takes the first game here. Nice and warm in London today, 26 degrees in my room, 23 degrees outside, 24, so not too hot, but nice hot. Hey, No One Eye, how you doing? Good to see you. Right, let's see if we can keep up to date on what's going on everywhere else. Reminder that there is a PTR this weekend, so if you want to get involved, go to the Minion Masters Discord and give yourself the tester role. Then you can get into the PTR, the public test realm, which means you can see the upcoming balance changes, test them, give your feedback, and the upcoming 2 new cards. And again, test them and crucially give your feedback. So when we do have the new balance and the new cards in 2.6, which will be in some weeks, then hopefully everything will be as balanced as possible. Just a reminder, if you're having problems with your game, there are 2 bugs at the moment that is definitely worth mentioning. One, the biggest bug at the moment is preventing seemingly new players from loading into the game. Is he mythic? I couldn't remember. So that is a bug that there is no workaround, unfortunately. The devs are aware of that and hopefully will fix that soon. But there's also another bug that you can get into the game, but you can't get into a match. And that can be resolved by changing your master skin, which refreshes something to do with the deck, and then you can play your games. So use that information wisely. If you can't get into the game, there's nothing we can do, unfortunately, at the moment about that. But hopefully the devs will get that fixed soon enough, because that seems to be affecting people on, I think, all platforms, PC, mobile, and Xbox. But it seems like it's only new players. But that's not a good thing, of course. Just, if you're an existing player, you should be okay. Right, so game 1 is over, but game 2 is loading now. The best of 3, so if SILCO takes this, he will be in to the next, not the next round, but he will have those 3 points added to his total. Right, here we go. Wrecked versus Valorian. Denver. SILCO definitely plays some different decks. He's got Denver in there. Denver, the lost dinosaur. Something like that. Right. Let's see how we get on. So remember, Denver tosses things over his shoulder, and if they land on something, they do more damage. Can be annoying to deal with, depending on what you've got in your deck. Obviously very tanky as well. Let's see. Throws something onto face there. He doesn't care. It's a little bit tricky for VTEK here. Probably wants to allow Denver to get onto face, because everything he's got is going to just get flung all over the place. Nice stun. The wolf gets absolutely murdered. Denver's still alive. Something got wolf there from the looks of it. Okay, Heal Puff popping at the top. Not really doing anything at the moment though, as SILCO is full HP. Okay, that's a massive beam. Gets both of the tanks, both of the siege breakers, and takes out the ghost turret as well. So that was huge. Nice use of the beam there. Did get lucky with the ghost turret getting played kind of into it, or as it happened. But it was a worthwhile beam anyway, right? So XP about the same. As we mentioned many times, no alternate master perks, so no Fervent Warrior for Valorian, which definitely seems very strong. And no Mass Illusion for Wrecked. Right, let's have a look here. Okay, I guess Rystar isn't mythic then. I always thought he was, but if he gets thrown around like that, he's definitely not. Okay, this is huge. Again, he's going to have to wait for the face attack. Oh no, he doesn't go for the face, and that's a huge mistake, I think. Is he going to get away with it? It kind of worked out because Denver was very low HP, and that wolf does a lot of DPS. Needs to be careful, does VTEK, though. With all these Centurions, Denver's just going to grab hold of loads of them. Gets 3 of them there. And remember, if they land on other ones... Look at Denver just murdering everything here. One of these is a wolf, I think. Something was wolf somewhere. Maybe a couple of things. Denver doesn't care. Yeah, and if you have a lot of melee units in your deck, it's very difficult to deal with things like Denver. You know, you can wait till he gets on face, but then you're going to be hemorrhaging XP whilst that's going on. XP lead for SILCO here, getting to his perk 3. And wrecked with that one-punch blast, especially in solos, can be very powerful. Didn't quite hit the wolf because Denver threw the wolf, but look at this attack. Most of it dies, but not enough, and XP is going to be piling on the SILCO here. Right, VTEK survives for now, but those Legionnaires are just fodder for Denver.
Red gains the 3rd perk.
Hey, oof. Right, start getting murdered. Just gonna stay alive here. Okay. Uh-oh, Rystar dies. I think that was the Marked. Just taking the range. Marked is basically a ranged taunt. Things are in range. Decent beam. Doesn't quite kill everything, though. Gonna take a little bit more face damage, and VTEK dropping pretty low here. This feels like one of those matches where we know that SILCO's won it. We've just got to play through it. So many Legionnaires have just died to Denver. Big one-punch blast. Remember, it does a line nuke, so it will just hit everything in a line until it consumes all its damage. Much better than it used to be with it getting blocked by a Scrat. Okay, Mana Frenzy coming up for SILCO, and that's when he's really going to be able to close this game out. VTEK low HP, 40 XP behind. Not really much he can do. This feels like one of those games where you could just look at the decks beforehand. Double Wolf is nice there. Feels like one of these games you could just look at the decks beforehand and just say, well, good try, but it's not going to work out for you. Turn this music down a little bit. Right, Mana Frenzy. Not too far away for VTEK, but he's going to be so far behind on just mana value on the field. There's no way he's going to see a bridge. Denver coming in to close things out. Throws the tower. Interesting to see Denver. Not a card we see too often, but definitely a situation there where that was a really nice deck matchup for SILCO. Those Legionnaires just getting murdered over and over again, and especially the Legionnaires that have the Lycanthropy just getting one-shots, so no chance of the walls getting off. So really frustrating there for VTEK, but you know, sometimes these things happen. Especially when you're playing without bans, but I don't think bans would really have affected a match like that. People are not going to ban Denver. Well, previously they wouldn't. New Denver meta? Who knows? Okay, so SILCO takes that by 2-0. This is the first round, so SILCO gets his 3 points. And but of course, everyone continues in the tournament. We've got 5 Swiss rounds, so every player gets at least 5 rounds worth of experience. And hopefully gameplay. And then we'll have our top 4 when we get to the end of that. I really did, I'm going to be honest, I really did think that Rystar was mythic. But today we learned he's not mythic. You kind of feel like he should be? I don't know. Right. As I mentioned before, you will have the bracket so you can see what's going on. And we can look at that together, maybe. Let's have a look. So, hit refresh, make sure we're fully up to date here. Uh-oh. Something went wrong. And then I refreshed it again and fixed it. That's it. Turn it off, turn it on again. Right. DSOO against Pillow Pants. 1-1 there. DARKCROW's beaten Warlet 2-0. We got Set against Swasheen. Set's a game up there. Ficus beating Damien 2-0. Destroy beating Mercs 2-0. Chief beating Vaptra 2-0. Weird score there. And as we saw, SILCO hasn't been locked in yet. 2 games to 0 there. Verbela getting a bye because we got an odd number of contestants. Now it looks like the set match may have started late, so we may be able to check in and see what's going on there. Set. I don't know if I'm going to have his opponent as a friend. Let's have a look. I think so. I mean, why follow the rules? Right, looks like they're not in a game at the moment. Okay, no. The game just finished 2-0. VTEK says tawny nerves. It's only the first game. Get those nerves out of the way. And good luck in the next round. Remember, there's 5 rounds, so a lot of the players that are new to the tournament don't really read the rules or don't understand them. So if they lose their first match, they're like, okay, I'm going to the park or whatever. But they don't know they've got 4 more matches. Okay, so we're just waiting for these final scores to get locked in. And of course, the results in this round will then determine the matches in the next round. And so on and so forth. So, once we get them locked in, then we'll know who's playing in the next round. And then we'll decide which game we're going to go and see. Okay, so it looks like DSOO's taken that 2-1 against Pillow Pants. Set, as we saw there, 2-0 against Swasheen. What's up, the Dino Mike? How you doing? Good to see you. Right. So those 2 matches. So we've got the scores in. Basically, they just need to... What happens is you, the player will report their score, and then their opponent will have to confirm it. If their opponent doesn't confirm it, then it auto-confirms after a period of time anyway. So we just have to wait for the confirmation to go in. And then once that's in, assuming nobody screwed up, then it is ready to go in the next one. Okay, so seems like we may have got through the first round without anyone messing up with their ult perks. Pay attention to that. If you see a match where the ult perks are being played, let me know. I'll try to keep an eye on that. But hopefully that shouldn't slip through. Right, let's just twiddle our thumbs for a moment. I'll try not to whistle. That's horrible. Whistling on stream, it's a bit of a no-no, I think. Let's try and not do that. Okay. We're almost there. I think I can go in and lock the scores in, but I'll leave that to Sinobii because I will probably mess it up. Okay, looks like all the scores are in, which means round 2 should be available any moment now. Any moment now. Any moment. Go Minion Masters, state yes. Go nowhere. Okay, round 2. Hot off the press. Chief against Destroy. DSOO against DARKCROW. Set against Verbela. Ficus against SILCO. Merc against VTEK. Damien against Swasheen. Pillow Pants against Vaptra. Warlek gets a bye because we've got a weird, awkward number of them. Right. Let's see who we're going to go and see. If you're new to the stream, make sure you hit the follow button. Great to have you here. Pillow Pants. Oh, there's a message effect. 20 bits! Oh, Pillow Pants, thanks for being in it. In it to win it. Okay, so next round. Right, so if we remind ourselves about number 37, last month's tournament, Ficus was the winner there, and I think DARKCROW was the runner-up. Hold on. I think we're going to see DARKCROW against DSOO. Will be a great match. Both of these players, of course, have won many tournaments before. And I imagine we'll see bans from these players. So when we talk about the bans, as we've spoken about this many times before, the players have the bans. They can ban a master and 3 cards to prevent their opponent from playing those, and their opponent has that power back. But how do you decide on what you're going to ban? And that's specifically important for players of all abilities, whether you're new to the tournament, whether you're a very experienced tournament player. And the way you'll approach those could be very different. So for new players, they'll likely just ban things that they struggle against, or things that they come up against a lot, things that are strong in the meta. Whereas experienced players will look more deeply into it, and they'll ban things that are specifically good against their deck, things that are, again, specifically good in the meta. But also these top players will know through experience from the ladder and previous matches and stuff like that what their opponents may be wanting to play, and they may ban things specifically against their opponent. Some stuff that they wouldn't ban against anyone else, but specifically against their opponent. So let's have a look to see what these players decide to do. Right. So we'll just have a little bit of downtime whilst we're waiting for the players to make their bans. Some of the players will just have their set bans where they'll ban the same thing going forward. Other players will prefer to kind of split them, change them each round. It really depends. Some players play the same kind of deck all the time, and therefore their bans are kind of the same all the time, whereas other people will play lots of different decks, and therefore their bans may change a lot as well. So, of course, on the ladder, people have been playing with the alt perks, but no alt perks here today. Hopefully in the next tournament we will have some. My biggest frustration with the alt perks is that you can't change alt perk 2 on the streamer UI, which is really annoying. You can switch to the other UI and change it and then switch back, but then you end up with additional bugs like your health bars missing and stuff like that. So that's something that's really affected how much I've been able to try the alt perks so far. Hopefully that'll be fixed in the next patch. Remind the devs about that, because I really want that fixed. Okay, looks like DARKCROW's MIA at the moment. As I mentioned it earlier, I did put my meta video for this season up a few days ago, so if you haven't checked that out yet, and you want to know what's going on in the meta, what's strong, what's weak, all that kind of good stuff, let me find a link for you. Right, bans are in. Quick, find the link! Find the link! Okay. Right, looks like we got the bans. So let's switch to our ban screen. Boom. Oh, we need to update the player names. Let's do that quickly. Right, so this is going to be round 2 of 5 Swiss rounds. Player 1 is going to be DSOO. Player 2 is going to be DARKCROW. Make sure we got the spectate set up. Yep, looks good. Is set banned? Yes, that's... Yes, good, good. I like it. I think of that every time I say set bans or setsu. I always think of set. Right, okay, DARKCROW has banned Wrecked R3KT as the master. Bounceberry Flingers. Get rid of those shroom stats. Wait. Let's start again. Let's start again and do it correctly this time. DSOO has banned APEP. Definitely wasn't reading that back to front. Avalanche. That's definitely a DSOO spell of choice. And if you look at my meta, just spell of choice basically for everyone. Avalanche, Restless Dead, and Zealots. So Restless Dead's kind of a bit of a left field ban, but there's obviously reasons behind it. And DARKCROW has banned R3KT, Bounceberry Flingers, Impetus Blast, and again the Zealots. Impetus Blast is great at the moment. Remember, there's the new bridge rules that have been in the game for a couple of patches where you've got to be on the bridge for 1.5 seconds to cap it. So when you're capping the bridge, the Impetus Blast just blows you off of it, blows you across it, and if you're not on it long enough, you don't cap the bridge, which can be really nice. Right, so DSOO banned APEP. We've got the Zealots in there, Restless Dead, Avalanche, and got Wrecked, Flinger, Impetus Blast, Zealots. I think we're going to see a lot of Zealot bans. And if they're not banned, then they're definitely going to be played. The thing with the Zealots of the Burning Fist, you get 2 of them. They're pretty decent. And then when one of them dies or gets black hole or something, the survivor gets buffed. They get Rage, they get Haste, and currently Spirit, which is Beast Mode. I think they're going to, in the proposed PTR change, they're going to lose Spirit and get a small heal. So they won't be quite as powerful. Zealots, it was kind of one of those cards that people started playing as a way of dealing with the Dreadnought, the Wartrack Dreadnought. Remember when that was everywhere for 2 seasons? But then that's received a lot of nerfs. No one's really playing the Dreadnought anywhere near as much as they previously were. But Zealots, everyone's just realised, well, no Dreadnought, but still the Zealots are trading massively with everything. Yep, get in the giveaway. We'll do that later. Again, Pillow Pants, thanks for those 20 bits. My pleasure for streaming. Thanks for being part of the tournament, the stream, and the event. Yeah, we do need to keep hydrated today. It's pretty warm in here. Thanks, Marfin. A reminder, if I'm slow to respond to you, it's simply because we're on a 3-minute delay for the tournament streams to keep everything above board. Right, so I've given the ready. My ready's received a thumbs up, so we're almost there for this game. And now we're loading in. Right, DSOO against DARKCROW, both previous tournament winners. As you can see by their rank there, both contenders in solos this season. That means they've played solos a lot and successfully. Right, so we've got Setsu for DSOO, we've got Wrecked for DARKCROW. Both very aggro masters. Right, looks like DARKCROW is playing some VTEK. We see the crossbow clubhouse, that's it. So the Bridge Buddies does the same as it always used to, but you do have to be a little bit more careful with it with the 1.5 second timer on the bridges, because if the scrap dies during that time, then no bridge for you. Shockrock into Ravenous Swarmers, one of the DSOO classics. Nice shield there, the Sugarlight shield, preventing that range damage, of which pretty much all of it was range. Flyby coming in, he's hoping to clear this unit at the top, and therefore no bridge. You might think, well, he saved the bridge, but then he lost the bridge immediately. But of course, DARKCROW had to spend that extra mana. And not only did he spend that extra mana on the Wogasaur pup, he also played it less than efficiently because there was nothing for it to spit to, and it only spits on spawn, so no spit. Huck! Tuh! Spit on that thing, you get me? Snake Shrew can be really annoying. It's going to take a little while for DSOO to clear this out. Not the best Hypnotize, but it will slow the clear of this down. And therefore give him some XP. It's a good point, Jack, here. About the Zealots. The heal instead of the Spirit means that if it's got a lot of HP, then it gets very little value from it. Right. So one thing to remember, and it's definitely important to mention this with the Setsu, is Setsu got reworked in the last patch. So no more stun lock from perk 3 Setsu. But Setsu is stronger at perk 2 than she used to be previously, because she gets that empowered shot after a reload. But definitely still has the power spike at perk 3, just not quite what it used to be. McKinlap's kind of annoying because it's got a super amount of HP, so it takes a while to get through it. XP getting from the bridges, of course, while it's alive. Right, Setsu's going to clear a lot of this. Perk 3 for Setsu now. So it's not always the first shot that, after a reload, that stuns now from Setsu. It's every 5th shot overall. So the yellow shot is the stun. So she does attack quite quickly, so she can put the stuns out pretty quickly, but can't just fully stun lock. It feels like DSOO's struggling here. He's losing his XP lead. The One Punch Blast is going to be great at removing annoying things. Okay, DARKCROW goes ahead on XP for the first time in the game. DSOO Force really there just to waste a spell. But let's see, can he get some value from Setsu here? Right, the next shot is going to stun. The 5th shot will stun as well. So that if you look at her clip, make sure I pronounce that correctly. It's the yellow one that is the stunning shot, and the clip starts from the right-hand side. Still very close, but DSOO's very low HP, so that means that he really has few options when it comes to defending here. He has to really overextend with the defense. Not being able to tank on face, having to use spells when normally he wouldn't have, just to shut any sort of face damage down. FDM wasn't available today, unfortunately. Very busy over there in Dwarfville. So, yeah, basically, since perk 3, DARKCROW's just been pulling ahead on XP. And this sure looks like we're going to see perk 3. Perk 4, which is basically Mana Frenzy. And then that's going to be game for DARKCROW here. Normally with Setsu, at least historically, you want to whittle your opponent down during the match so you can go jump on face at perk 3. But that's not really something you can do anymore with the changes. See, the thing with the Setsu rework is Setsu was kind of an interesting master. And I know I'm talking as though this game's already over, which it kind of isn't, but it kind of is. Setsu getting a lot of value here, but very low HP. Not sure how DSOO's going to hold on. Okay, so DARKCROW's going to take the first game here. It was close! But DARKCROW from perk 3 onwards was really able to just take the game to DSOO. And yeah, so as I was saying, the rework for Setsu was kind of interesting because she wasn't a massively played master. And she wasn't a master you found a lot at the top of the leaderboard. That being said, in the hands of good players, she could be impossibly disgusting at perk 3. So she needed a rework, not necessarily to make her weaker, but just to remove that whole stun lock part of her, which was just too strong and just anti-fun, really. So that's gone, but she's kind of too weak at the moment. So we're going to see some of that power clawed back with some buffs to her. And we'll see how that changes. And I think in the PTR, it's proposed that she gets an increased attack speed, which is important for two things. It means she's going to do more DPS, but of course she's going to get through to her stunning shot more quickly. So that's definitely a nice buff for her. But we'll see. And I think her ult perk is going to get a little bit of a buff as well. She's always been a difficult one to balance because bad players are terrible with her, good players are incredible, so it's kind of awkward to balance which you prioritize. It's not a dead meme, what do you mean? The Hokta will never die. It's a mag and not a clip. I think either is acceptable. What's the difference between a clip and a mag? Clip versus magazine. Clip is a metal device used to load ammunition into a magazine. Oh, okay. Well, you see, the thing is, us Brits, we don't know much about guns. But I think I got close enough. Right, 1-0 to DARKCROW. I think, did I set the score wrong? I knew I did it. I was doing it. I was like, this is wrong. But my brain wasn't smart enough to pick it up. Okay, so whilst we're waiting, let's remind ourselves of the bans for the players here. Remember, DARKCROW banned Wrecked, but he played Wrecked. That's fine. Your bans only affect your opponent, and your opponent's bans affect you back. Hopefully we won't have too much downtime. But whilst we're waiting, we can have a look at what's going on in the other matches. Okay, so we've got Chief against Destroy, which is 1-0 to Chief currently. We've got DSOO against DARKCROW that we're watching here, which is DARKCROW leading by a game to 0. Set's taken the first against Verbala. Ficus against SILCO. Ficus leading 1-0. VTEK losing to Mukt 1-0. Blowpants. Complete this quickly. Is a game up against Vatra. And here we're back with DSOO DARKCROW. Right, Showdown Arena. DSOO staying with the spell synergies, move from Setsu onto Milloween. DARKCROW sticking with Wrecked. Remember, at this point in the tournament, there's no conquest rules. If you win with a master, you can continue to play that master. As we can see here, DARKCROW playing Wrecked again. We see Taluk there at the bottom. He's getting a lot of play, Taluk the Vessel, especially in tournaments and on the ladder as well. He's getting a little nerf. Well, he's getting a nerf in the next patch, I think.
Has obtained the first perk.
Where he won't do double damage. His base stats will go up a little bit, but he won't do double damage to stunned or poisoned minions. Not watch Moist. Oh, Moist critical. I don't know, I used to. What kind of bothers me with him is like his titles on his videos just don't tell you anything about what the video is going to be. Okay, XP lead for DSOO to start with here. We saw in the previous match how perk 3 perk 3 Wrecked really started to kick on. Let's see if that happens again. Let's see if the big golem will help DSOO. Okay.
Blue just got the second perk. Red got the second perk.
Now the alt perk for Milloween is potentially one of the strongest Hazanian spellbook, but of course we're not seeing that here. But a lot of those perks have affected the meta. We're seeing Ratbo played hugely in the meta this season with his new ult perk, but probably won't see him in the tournament. When you said Moist, I was like, what kind of a show is called Moist? How do I watch it? Didn't Bearvalanche get... Oh no, DSOO banned Bearvalanche. Okay, right. Nice heal from the Tranquil. Right, Deadshot doing a good job clearing that at the top there. Musketeer gets absolutely shreked. We're doing some good face damage here. Sometimes getting a heal on that Tranquil can be huge.
Blue gained the third
Right,
turret.
perk 3 first for DSOO. He gets his empowered golem, gets 2 stacks per arcane charge, so it's a big goal. Unholy Ground plus Bevalanche, killing everything there. Monkey does die, but still an XP lead for DSOO, and he's got a big presence on the field at the moment. That's a lot of HP that golem has there. DARKCROW waiting for it to attack face. Doesn't have perk 3 yet. This is going to be game. Nice pincer to keep the Kinlat busy, and then just DPSs the tower down. Right, 1-1. Game on. Okay, I will not repeat the message that DSOO just sent me. Okay, Setsu just didn't really have enough power, but Milloween, as we saw there, definitely did. Right, so we've seen DSOO switch decks. They were, I'm not sure if they were the same. I think they were very similar. But definitely switch masters, whereas it looked like DARKCROW played the same. And it'd be interesting to see when we go into the decider in this best of 3. Is DARKCROW going to do the same thing? Because that's always the mental gymnastics the players have to do. Are they going to switch? Are they going to change? Do they think their opponent's going to change? Or stick? Did I say switch or change? It's kind of the same thing. I knew what I meant. You knew what I meant. Yeah, professional Yapper has a very deep and varied vocabulary. Right, let's have a look what's going on in the other matches while we're waiting here. So Set's beaten for Baylor, that's locked in. Chief against Destroy, that's 1-1. Vickers against Silco, that's 1-1. Merked has beaten VTEK. Damien got a DQ win against Schwashin. We've got Pillow Pants and Vaptra, that's 2-0 to Pillow Pants. Why did I say that weird? Pillow Pants. And Warlock getting a victory against the Invisible Man. Right. Thanks for joining us today. This is Night's Duel number 38, $400 prize pool. This is Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf bringing this to you with me and him being Sinobii. If you're new here, make sure you hit that follow button so you can keep up to date on Minion stuff. And watch my streams, even when they happen. Yes, Charlie gets insane views on everything. Oh, Not sure what we're waiting for here. Yes. We need Minion Masters. MMM. Moist Minion Masters. Oh. Moist Minions. Moist Masters. You can master my moist minion! Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Well, good news, Panada. We shouldn't have any ads on the stream today. Unless I messed it up. That wouldn't happen, would it? Let me check. Ads off. Display ads off. You want to support the stream? Feel free to subscribe. If you've got Twitch Prime, you can subscribe for free! For free! We got any primers in the chat? Right, what are we waiting for? Let's find out. What are we waiting for? No idea. Nobody knows. DSOO's ready, so I guess it must be DARKCROW. He might be making very important decisions about what he is going to play, or he may have gone for a snack. Who knows? Merked like jerked. Okay. Thank you. Right, let's get Sinobii to yell at someone. Rogaroni, appreciate you being here and your kind words. It wouldn't be the same without you. We have a frog emoji. Yeah, let's do it. So there is a time limit when it comes to these kind of things. But it's not very often imposed. Okay, sounds like we're ready to go. But eventually someone's going to get slapped on the wrist. Right, game 3. The decider in this best of 3. In the second round of the Swiss. It's DSOO against DARKCROW. 1-1. DARKCROW taking the first. DSOO taking the second. But who's going to take the third? Right, DSOO. Both players playing Dynasty skins. We've got Dynasty Diona, the rarest skin in the game. Only available to tournament winners for DSOO. And we've got Dynasty Morelia, which is also supposed to be a rare skin, but the way the codes were given out, a lot of people that didn't deserve it got them. So, unfortunately, not quite as rare.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Looks like DSOO might be playing exactly the same deck, just with a different master. He doesn't have to switch master, but deciding to do so. Reminder, talking about being demonetized, this video will be up on YouTube tomorrow, so if you've missed anything or you want to revisit it, whatever, check that out. Make sure you go follow my YouTube. Subscribe. I'll put timestamps in the description, the chapters, whatever, however YouTube describes it, so that you can easily find the matches and get through all of the waiting and the waffle. Pillow Pants, thanks for the sub! Right, the assassin at the top getting kited back a little bit, which is nice, because he gets on the bridge, grabs the bridge, going to die here, is he? No! Nice trap. plus the Bearavalanche. Okay, that's a good trade for DSOO, but he's quite a way behind on XP at the moment. Lord Crags, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you're having a good day. Nice hill. Oh, talking of potential nerfs coming up, I think Bearavalanche is going to get nerfed. I don't think it's going to inflict slow anymore, so that's definitely going to help specifically Shen, since the slow kind of completely destroys him. And I think he's going to do less of a slow while he's active as well. Destin, appreciate you! Okay, does Ruffles pick up? Oi! Okay, that was interesting there. He used the Morgrel's Mark on Ruffles. Was it worth it? Not sure. It did prevent the mana, but it cost him 2 mana. No, how much is Morgrel's Mark? Got a Swarmer or 2 from it, but not too much. Doing a good work with the pincer. The whirly's always annoying when you're playing Diona, because you can't really use the taunt trap because of the way it does its AoE. Okay, we're going to see a nice heal here. Basically a free Tranquil. Right, let's see. Can this assassin get a big hit out? No. Well, at least not on the Akinlap. But it does take out Akinlap from Wish, though. The Wogasaur Pup. So he's likely to tank this on face DSOO. It's kind of awkward because he was full mana. He was waiting. He didn't want to waste his mana, but he didn't want to play into it. One thing that newer players can definitely take from watching these top players is look how they use their Master Tower, their Master HP as a resource. They're not frightened to take damage on their face. Although that is a lot of damage. Okay, and of course, with Morelia, we have to be aware that there will be a dragon. And the dragon is available now for DARKCROW. And the dragon can be super powerful in solos. Just, you get the removal of the breath, you get the pressure of that huge HP. Of course, it can remove things. But let's watch this. Deadshot's going to try to destroy it with the Swarmers. We've seen in previous tournaments where he's been able to do that. This one, not so much. DARKCROW was ready for it. But what DPS does DSOO have to get through this dragon? There's no curse available. There is a kind of a weird aggro bug with the dragons where they do that walk forward. It feels like this dragon's going to be too much. It's not dead yet. DARKCROW's getting tons of XP from this. And DSOO has very, very low HP as well. You can see he's just holding this. There's going to be another Daggerfall though. And this is just going to be too much dragon. Even if he kills this, he's so far behind on XP, it's going to be irrelevant. Might Shock Rock this, might not bother. Okay, DARKCROW takes it, and that's just Morelia 101 in solos, really. Just get that dragon out, and that dragon can often do enough. Okay, DARKCROW takes that 2-1. So he gets his points. No points for DSOO. But when we're talking about players losing, we've got 5 Swiss rounds. You know, generally, if you've only lost 1, you're probably going to have a good chance of getting into the top 4. If you've lost 2, it's going to be very difficult for you. So they don't get permanently slowed. Yep. Okay. Nice. That's going to be a big nerf to Bearavalanche, but I think it'll still do a lot of good stuff. Okay, so this may be the last game in this round. DARKCROW taking it. And if we have a look at what's going on, then we can see If I click on the right thing, we'll just wait for that match to get locked in. The Daggerfall was huge in that game because we've seen in previous matches, especially with Deadshot playing, the Ravenous Swarmers will eat that dragon to death very quickly if it's tanked, and that's ideal for the Taunt Totem. But the Daggerfall just says, no, you're not going to do that. Okay, round 3 of the 5 Swiss rounds. Let's have a look. Okay, Destroy against Set. DARKCROW against Ficus. We've got Damien Michael against That Ain't Chief. SILCO against Merked, like Jerked. We've got DSOO against Warlet. That's kind of an interesting one. I think Warlet's probably got some DQ wins, which is meaning he's seen as winning, or they're seen as winning. So that's why that's happening. We've got Verbala against Pillow Pants. Okay. Where are we going to go? Okay. So we're going to see Destroy against Set. Set is a multi-time winning player, but he hasn't won for a long time. So, very good player. And as we always make the kind of the meme joke, there's a very set deck that he likes to play. And we see that with a lot of his fellow players. Ficus, also Ukrainian, plays a lot with Set, plays a lot of the similar things. Verbala potentially as well. So let's see how that turns out. So we're still best of 3. And I'll let you know when we go to best of 5. Right, so Destroy 666. Again, another very good player. Don't think he's won any of these events, but he's played in a lot of them and always gets very close, or at least to the business end of things. So let's see how he can do today against Set. Now, one of the things with players like Set is they're quite choreographed of what they're going to do, what they're going to play, which ideally you would think would make them easier to strategize against. But the way they play and what they play has very few limitations, very few weaknesses. So it's difficult to take advantage of that, even though you kind of know what's coming. Right, so I'm going to reset our bands. Remember, the players get their bands, and they get the bands refreshed each round. They can ban the same things if they want to, or they can ban differently depending on their opponent, what they want to play, so on and so forth. Let's wait for those bans to come in. Let's make sure we've got spectates ready to go. Right, okay. So we're just waiting the bands to come in, and then we can discuss them. There is definitely a meta when it comes to the tournament bans. Definitely some things we see banned pretty regularly. Let's see if the players decide to do that. We see a lot of bounce free flingers. We know They're super good because they give you that cheap shroom, and not only do they give you one of the shrooms, they give you two of them because they have effectively built-in wildcards through the Myriad keyword. And what a lot of people do will ban those because that means that easy access to the shroom, the Growth Burst shroom, is removed. Of course, you can get it some other way, but not as efficiently. Okay, bans are in. So Destroy has banned Apep, Bounceberry Flingers, Taluk, and Herald Our Moon. And in return, and remember these bans are likely done in private, so nobody gets the benefit of going last, Set has banned Volko. Okay. Red Golem, I kind of saw that coming, to be honest. So let's put this in the right order. We've got High Inquisitor Ardera. We've got Herald Our Moon. And we've got Red Golem. Okay, I think the Red Golem Volko is a specific ban against Destroy, rather than just like a meta ban. So both players banning Herald Our Moon, so they won't have to deal with those. Herald is very strong, kind of annoying to deal with, especially in solos. Especially in a lot of these Slither decks. Okay, so Destroy, set up, set up. Okay, looks like we're ready. Extent of no. Nice. Right. Ardera, definitely a card that needs, I think, some attention at some point. Doesn't seem to dominate the meta in the leaderboard. Very strong in solos in the tournament. Gets banned a lot, High Inquisitor Ardera. But hasn't seen any balance for a good while, I don't think. Taluk is one of those cards that kind of didn't exist until it did, and then it really did. Not sure if it got a buff or if people just started realizing it was good, because it does double damage against things that are poisoned or stunned, and its double damage is basically like DPS of a cleaver, which is going to get nerfed in the next patch, I think. And with Slitherbind, cool Slitherbound, whatever it's called now, you can get that Slitherbound to accompany it, which is there just basically to put poison on and double its effectiveness. Right. So Herald being banned means that they don't have to think about how they would deal with something like that, which frees up their deck building a little bit. Ardera is a good ban from the point of view is that it's a card that you can't really replace with anything else. It kind of removes an entire strat, right? You're very unlikely to have a very powerful Empyrean deck without Ardera. And if you do, it's not going to be as strong as with her in it. So that's a good thing. So good bans are bans that can't be easily just switched out. Right, Destroy against Set.
Let's go.
Let's go. Of course, we get the Winter Arena with Set. So Ravager against King Puff. Okay, there are the Zealots. There you see an example of how the points of damage are really important, like the cutoffs there. If they were single-shotting, then they would have killed those spear throwers a lot quicker, grabbed the bridge quicker, but they had to take 2 hits. So that damage threshold, very important there. Not a fan of the Succubus being ahead. Nice bridge switch. Does the Succubus die here? The poison's going to kill her. She's going to jump back, but poison, so that's fine. Bridge is going to be blue for a little bit. Okay, Stout Heart, Revelry. Play them together, get a buff. Super easy to do, but strong. Okay, good chain. Takes out the Snake Druid primarily there. This is going to get cleared up, though. But a good XP lead to start with for Destroy. And that's often what you find with Ravager. You get that perk 1 Brutus as that big free unit. That gives you some value, but let's see if that's, that lead gets eroded now. That's a good chain. She's not going to survive that hit.
Red obtained perk number 2.
We said previously in the last match how strong Bearavalanche is. Chain Lightning, another very strong spell. This match might be kind of the tale of 2 perk 3s. We're going to have the perk 3 single time push from Destroy with the Terror Brooders. And then we're going to have King Puff's perk 3 call for the Horde, the Night Puffs, which of course is going to just give continue value throughout the match. Another good chain. But here come the Zealots. Look how hard that raged Stoutheart hits though. That Woodsman absolutely murdering. Bridge switch. Not so easy to grab bridges with the bridge switch anymore, especially with fast units. Specifically if you're trying to take both bridges with one unit, take one and then switch. There's a certain speed threshold that's too fast to do that. Like, I don't think you can do that with a Wolf, for example. It's just too fast. Right, Destroy taking a lot of face damage there, but he is going to get to perk 3 first. Let's see what kind of an impact on the game the Terror Brutus can have. Again, a big Chain Lightning. Going to see a Ring the Gong there. Right, here comes the Terror Brutus. Going to get locked down, unfortunately, by the Snake Druid. No answer to this at the moment. Perk 3 coming up for Set. And Set will be happy just to delay this a little bit. Try to get perk 3. Right, perk 3 now for Set. Can he get anything on the bridges? Yeah, he's taking this quite relaxed. Those Night Puffs are going to kill the top. Okay, XP leveling up. Terror Brutus still alive. Chain doesn't hit the Musketeer, which is kind of annoying. Right, Terror Brutus is going to go down, so basically Destroy has no perk 3 anymore. Has it done enough? I feel like that's going to be a no, but let's see. Right, here comes a bridge switch. There you see he didn't quite get that bottom bridge with the bridge switch. Destroy. Both players very low HP. Remember, both players have a Chain Lightning as well. Sets 2 Chain Lightnings away from death. Free Shock Rock. It's going to be nice, but it's not. Oh, the Heal Puff at the bottom, though. He needs to Shock Rock that Heal Puff, but he also needs to defend his face. I think these Zealots are going to be too much. I think the Shock Rock was for the other player. Ring my gong. Okay, King Puff takes it. We saw just really the power of the perk 3 from King Puff. Once he survived that Terror Brutus, it was all about that perk 3. Right. Close, but no cigar. Okay, Set takes the first game there. Destroy. We saw the Zealots, not surprised. We saw how powerful they are. I would expect Set to play the same, if not very similar deck. Destroy will probably switch it up. It's up to 27 degrees in my room now. The tournament's getting hot. Only 4 degrees outside. I did close my window because there was some noisy folk outside. Let's have a look if they're still there. Oh, all right. Oh my gong. Oh, ring my gong. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. As DSOO says there in the chat, good Brutus stalling. And the reason that's important against King Puff, or as King Puff, is you're trying to get to your perk 3. So that once they do get on or about the bridge, then you can deal with it. And of course the power of Brutus is you've got this great big tanky dude, and you want to of course have your support behind it. But King Puff says, well, I'm probably going to remove that support from behind the Brutus, which is what happens before perk 3. And then at perk 3, it says, I'm going to remove your support from behind the Brutus, and then I'm going to kill it with my Night Puffs. And you saw the Night Puffs there. They killed the Succubus, which was a big part of that damage dealing force. I think King Puff perk 3 is going to get a nerf in the next patch. Maximum of 4 instead of 5 Night Puffs is the proposal. Let me know what you think. So Ravage is similar to Morelia, where you have this perk 3 one-time only perk that you need to get a lot of value out of. You need to either win the match or get far enough ahead at that point to ultimately win the match. But the Terra Brutus is nowhere near the same as the Nirvir, right? The Nirvir has the AoE breath spell as you spawn it. And of course, it also has an AoE attack, which makes it far more difficult to deal with. Single target things are pretty easy to tank. A cleaver, right? Cleaver's pretty easy to tank, whereas something that's got a lot of AoE becomes far more difficult to tank. You just can't horde tank it. Maybe Terra Brutus needs a cleave or something. I don't know. But I think King Puff is a great answer to those kind of pushes, because you can stall with the bridge grip switch. You can take away the DPS from behind the tank. Yep, Zealots are very popular. You look at my meta video, I can't remember that. They're definitely a lot more popular in solos. But they are one of the most played cards in solos. Okay, just a little delay here while we're waiting for the players to sort themselves out. Yo, Kiki, what's up? Right, Sinobie's yelling at them a little bit. Try to keep this moving. What's going on elsewhere? DARKCROW against Ficus. Doesn't have any games reported yet. Okay, let me refresh this page, make sure it's up to date, because everything's showing as unreported. Okay, maybe there's just no results in yet. There's a link at the top of the chat so you can check out what's going on in the brackets yourself. Okay, SILCO has taken the first game against Merked. Definitely wanted to call you jerked. These two against Warlet. No results there yet. You like 4 instead of 5? It's a small change, but there's going to be some thresholds that it will miss where the 5 of them could single attack and kill something, whereas the 4 of them can't. Which will make a big difference. Right, looks like they've found the play button. And we are loading in. Let's have a look what's going on. This is game 2. Set took the first one against Destroy. I'm going to sneeze. Maybe. Can't promise it. Excuse me.
Duel!
Okay. We have a Morelia. And we have another King Puff. We saw the power of Morelia in the DARKCROW against DSOO match. Just the power of that perk 3, really. Spell Dancer does a good job. She can still get a lot of value with her trigger. Or on-play trigger. Not as disgusting as it used to be, but still really good at removing a few awkward things.
Red has obtained the first perk. Blue has obtained their first perk.
I am an
Really wants to kill this monkey at the bottom here. There is a bridge switch available if things get scary, but I don't think they're gonna. There's the gong. Okay. There's the bridge switch to take the bridge. Comes back and kills the Skelly as well, which is pretty nice. Killpath just repairing a little bit of damage there. Zealot on face. Remember, when this Zealot dies, the remaining one's going to get a buff. Here we go. Suddenly that thing's going to probably kill everything there. Rage, haste, and spirit. That's kind of terrifying. Right. So, there is an empowered blue golem. I think we should, if a blue golem has a growth burst shroom, I think we should just refer to it as a green golem. It's easier, right? But then what do we call a red golem when it has it? Trying to grab the bridge with the Morgul's Mark. Skelly's in there as well. Still haven't quite grabbed the bridge. XP lead for Set at the moment. Hey, Moradern. Right, bridge switch available.
Blue has obtained perk number 2.
Musketeer's going to survive for a while at the top here. Almost. It looked like he was trying to riposte at the end there. Didn't quite get it off. Destroy's taken a lot of damage here, and he's a long way behind on XP. That's not great at the moment. He can hang on and get to his perk 3, get the Nirvir on the field, and try and get some good Nirvir value. And that can potentially swing things. Kind of switched out of the chain. The problem here for Destroy is he's a long way down on XP. We're going to have perk 3 almost now for Set and King Path. Sad to see the Snake Druid just absolutely murdering that green golem. Don't know, is it going to catch on? Probably not. Right, perk 3 now for Set. He's already got a big push going, and it's going to get even bigger. Destroy might not be able to survive this. He's not surviving this. Zealots just really disgusting. And I think people have to really keep an eye on whether they're banning the Zealots or whether they are having a good way to tank them. The problem with the Zealots is they hit really hard, so mid-range units are not good at tanking them. So then you go for Horde, right? Yeah, let's just tank them with Horde, which is a good idea. But then when you get the remaining Zealot that has haste, that just shreds through the Horde real fast anyway. And it's pretty tanky, so whilst you're keeping it busy, you still need to put a decent amount of DPS on it, or it is not going to die. And that's why we're seeing them played a lot. Okay. So Set takes that 2-0. The first match was pretty close. The second one, just the XP was a huge problem for Destroy. And you know that dragon can be impactful, but if you don't let your opponent get to that dragon, then it's irrelevant. Right, let's do a refresh on our score screen and see what's going on there. DARKCROW and Ficus still showing 0-0, which means that either it is 0-0 or that nobody's reported the result. SILCO is beaten Merked by 2-0. Get out of my head. DSOO is 1-up against Warlet. Okay, looks like we had some delays maybe in the other matches. Pillarpant's beaten Verbala. So, Christmas Golem, there we go. I like it. So DARKCROW against Ficus is not showing any score at the moment. So let's see what we can find out. Okay, DARKCROW is showing offline. The Burgundy Golem, nice. There we go. It's easy. You don't have to say a buffed. It's a blue Golem with Growth Burst Shroom. It's the green Golem. The red Golem with the Growth Burst Shroom. It's the Burgundy Golem. Do you remember the blue Golem? You know the green Golem, right? Do you remember the blue Golem that used to actually be blue, and then it got changed, and it's now the green blue Golem? Do you remember that? But it still has a little bit of blue on, but it's kind of like more green. But it used to be blue. Do you remember the old Golems with their big double-handed smash? Okay, like, it's the blue Golem, right? But it's mostly green. But it's got a little bit of blue. So you've got these blue crystals in it, right? But it's mostly green. But it's the blue Golem that's mostly green. And then you had the red Golem, because it's got the red crystals in it. But the red's kind of more like an accent. Look at the red Golem in the artwork, right? You'd look at that and go, yeah, that's a red Golem. It doesn't quite reflect it. This is like a red Golem that's been left out in the sun too long. This is what happens if you don't water your blue Golem. There we go, there's some lore. Right, looks like we've got some delays going on. We'll try to figure out. There's only so long I can talk about the Golems for. Well, I say that. There's only so long I should talk about the Golems for. I don't know if DARKCROW's having some connection issues or something like that, but he never seems to be online for me. Right, okay. So let's see what else we can see. Right, Chief, I think, is... I don't know what the score is. It's showing 1-0 at the moment to Chief, so that could be a correct score. We've got Damien Michael is his opponent, which we may or may not be able to spectate. We have them as a friend. We do. Good work. Okay. We'll see if we can get into that match, see what's going on. Right, sorry for the delays. We will try to keep things going quickly as possible. Looks like DARKCROW's just logged on, so we might see if we can see a bit of that. Looks like DARKCROW's going to have lost the first game for being too tardy. See if we can get some action. Should be DARKCROW against Ficus if they actually get this going. Should be a good one if we can see it. So I think we're going to put this as okay. See, I mentioned to Pillowpants in the Discord about him playing Volko. And he yelled at me saying, I don't always play Volko. And then I queued into a game against him, and he was playing Volko. Where's the yellow golem at? I don't know. Did there used to be a yellow golem? I don't know if there was an old artwork for that. There definitely used to be a yellow harbinger. Okay, yeah, there have been kind of more delays than normal so far today, which means someone's likely to get spanked with a game loss, maybe a match loss. Let's see. Because the thing with these Swiss events is that you can't carry on with the next round until all of the matches are completed from the previous round, so therefore one person can hold up everything. We do not like that. Well, I think it's 1-0 to Ficus. Red Golem is angry because he's dehydrated. Yes, that's the law. I don't know what I enjoy more, real lore or just nonsense made up lore. Yeah, I know. Just being politically correct there. Obviously, the nonsense made up lore. The best is when you make up nonsense lore, but then it kind of spreads and then it becomes lore. Where'd that come from? I don't know. Fish definitely didn't just make that up. Okay, I don't think we have the bands, but we shall just wing this. Unsure of what the score is because there's some discussions going on, and we'll figure that out as we go. Right, DARKCROW, Morelia, Slither. We've seen this, and we're probably going to see this deck to death. Ficus, wrecked.
Blue has unlocked their first perk.
Wargosaur Pup is going to get a nerf in the next patch, I think. Do less spit damage. It's another card we're seeing everywhere. Okay. Right. So it looks like game one actually happened, and DARKCROW won that, getting this information in, but for some reason it took a very long time. The Sinobie's looking into it. He's got his pad already, if necessary. Snake Druid being annoying there, just stopping the bridge grab, forcing out the Elite Swarmer. Every little extra bit of mana you can force your opponent to play, going to be good. Tantrum Thrower is very strong at the moment. You can see the way you can just play them on the bridge there, and especially if they have their spear, which means you have no bridges, then the time it takes for them to throw the spear means they will take the bridge even if they're going to walk backwards. So very strong card. DARKCROW has taken a lot of face damage here, but as we saw with the game against DSOO, that dragon changed and effectively won the game. So if he can just stay in this until he gets to that dragon, then his health is going to be irrelevant. Remember, Morelia can heal with the spellbook if necessary. But of course, if you're healing with the spellbook, then that means you're forgoing the skeletons or whatever else you could get from the spellbook. So opportunity cost is a thing. Not too much damage there from the hypnotized units, but it does kind of stall the attack a little bit or prevent it from attacking face. But Rek does have this ability with the Shadow Dancer just to keep attacks going longer than you would expect. Okay, is DARKCROW going to be able to survive? He's going to be very low HP, taking more damage here. Because we'll have the one-punch blast soon, which can give you an opportunity to do some face damage. Right, 10 XP ahead, perk 3 now for Ficus. When he Shadow Dances, he'll get a one-punch blast, which is a line nuke, which can get a lot of value. Okay, perk 3 for DARKCROW. Let's see. He's going to have to make a decision to kind of bank up a little bit of mana and get this dragon out. But of course the dragon comes with the breath, so you want to get a lot of value from that breath as well. So using it when there's nothing else on the field is kind of feels bad. That one-punch blast looked like it might have been going for face, but it did hit the dragon. That could be important, because DARKCROW is very low HP. Right, Spellbook's out. It could do a double heal here. Could go for the spirit on the dragon. Just goes for the skeletons. And those slithers spawning there, they were attached with the cool Slitherbound to the Daggerfall. And since it's a spell, they spawn at the tower. Right, dragon on face. Ficus has a decent amount of HP. But what does he have in terms of trying to shut this down? Really awkward hypnotize there. I mean, it works out. Oh, he takes no face damage. Okay, that was perfect. Dragon's nearly dead, but Ficus has taken a lot of face damage, but he is still ahead on XP. DARKCROW very low on HP. I feel like that dragon had to really win in the game. Without it, it could be problematic. Now, how does he shut this down? One punch blast. It's going to be too much damage. Ficus takes the game, so that's going to be 1-1. And I am going to sneeze. Okay. Right. So we're going to say this is 1-1, but we do need to just clarify exactly what happened with the delay and if anyone's going to get punished for it. Because the players do get a certain amount of time to get set up for the matches, but there is you know, there is a hard limit, which is not very often imposed, but if people take the proverbial, then the paddle comes out. Right, so let's see what's going to go on there. So the original information I got that was going to be that DARKCROW was being punished for delaying the game. Which, if that's upheld, then Ficus is going to take this 2-1. But DARKCROW claims he wasn't MIA. But someone delayed the game. Is Ratbo not worth playing without the alt perk? I just don't think it's as strong as everything else. With the alt perk, it makes it a lot stronger. And remember, the alt perk for Ratbo is you replace the Daka, the perk 2 removal, with your Squeak attack, which is your scrats that spawn from your tower spawn burrowed. And then when they come out, when they find something to attack, they do a little bit of extra damage, which is really powerful. And the thing with the Daka is, there's a few things with the Daka. Firstly, it gives you some deck-based restrictions, because you need to have some Horde in there. And secondly, generally at the top level, you're not going to be Daka-ing a Colossus or something like that, okay? Because it does have certain counterplay. The players are going to be aware of it, and they're going to play in a way that doesn't allow you to get good value out of it or block it. Which means you end up just using it as a small removal spell, which is okay. I think that's the thing that people make the mistake with the Daka, is that they try to just get huge value out of it, which often is not the way to use it. If you're killing something for nothing, especially if it's an annoying thing, like a Defenso Chopper is an incredible thing, but any sort of 3, 4, 5 mana minion is a great removal for it. Right. Sinobie's got them on the rack. We're going to figure out what's going on. So please bear with us. Reminder that there is a PTR open at the moment, a public test realm, which is featuring the 2 new cards for the upcoming patch and all of the balance changes. So check those out, and crucially, give your feedback. Now, if you don't like spiders, you might not like the new cards. Although they're not technically spiders, they're not technically arachnids, because they only have 6 legs. But one of them's literally called a spiderling, so, you know. That's a thing. Public PTR is open to everyone. So if you go to the Discord, give yourself the tester role, follow the instructions. Easy as pie. So this is the only match that hasn't finished. And of course that means that we have to delay all of the other matches, because we can't start 4th round until the 3rd round's completed. Hopefully we can get to the bottom of this quickly. Not entirely sure what that's showing. Sinobii will get to the bottom of it. This is why it's important to, you know, check the rules, see how long you're allowed, and don't take the piss, basically. Well, it depends what the reason for the delays are, Destroyer. If they're completely unrelated to any alt perk things, then that's kind of irrelevant. Okay. Something happened. Okay, so we haven't seen this before, but the game has been set as a tie. I don't think we've seen that before, but that is the ruling. That allows us to move on to the next round. Right. Round 4. We got Destroy against Pillar Pants, DSOO against Silco, Chief against DARKCROW, sorry. Ficus against Set, Wallet against Thapdra, the Baylor against Merked. You've got jerked in my head! VTEK against Damien, Michael. So this is the 4th of 5 Swiss rounds. Once we get to the 5th one, then we'll look at the standings and see who's like right on the edge, who might go through, who might not, which match is going to have the most impact on who's going to get to the top 4. Okay, so Set's the only unbeaten player so far. 3 out of 3 wins, 9 points. Then we got Destroy, DARKCROW, DSOO, Defshoot, Ficus, Pillar Pants, Chief, Silco, all on 6 points. So we've got a lot of players, all the way right down to 8th, really, contesting for those top 4 places. So definitely a lot still to play for. Set against Ficus is basically just going to be Set against himself. There are some certain time limits. I can't remember exactly what they are. Okay, so the players are in the progress of setting their bans in while we decide what we're going to do here. Okay, so just a reminder that last match ended up in a tie. Okay, so we're going to do DSOO against Silco here. And just a reminder that Silco and DSOO are both on 6 points. Both have lost a game. So whoever loses this is quite possibly going to be in a big problem. Okay, so DSOO against Silco. Right. No, DSOO, Silco, 4th round, 0-0. Looks good. Set up our spectate. So we're just waiting for the bans to come in for these players. Right, looks like we have the bans, so let's reset the bans from last time. Right, player 1 is DSOO. So, DSOO is banning APEP, Rospo Clubhouse, Bevalanche, and Zealots of the Burning Fist. Nothing particularly surprising there. SILCO is banning Milloween. We saw DSOO play and win with Milloween earlier. Bounceberry Flingers, again, we spoke about the Shroom strats. Zealots of the Burning Fist and Herald our Moon. Okay, so those are the bans for DSOO against SILCO. Reminder that the players' bans affect their opponent, not themselves, but of course their opponent's ban affect them and not their opponents. Right. And again, a reminder that both of these players have lost once today, so a second loss is going to make it pretty tricky for them to get to the top 4. As I said earlier, we've got top 4 to go through to the elimination, and we've got, I think when we looked at it, we've got 8 players that are really close to doing that. But only 4 can go through, so wins and losses are going to be very important. Losses are going to be very painful. Of course, the way the Swiss works is you end up playing against other people with the same or similar record, so then that means that the wins and losses become even more important, because, you know, a win for you equals a loss for them. That's how that works. So we should be ready to go in a moment. SILCO against DSOO. Right, we're loading in. Let's get ready. Should be a good one. Both of these good players. What will they bring? Okay. SILCO, a lot lower ranked, but that doesn't really mean anything. Just likely hasn't played too much this season. Right, DSOO, blue team, King Puff. SILCO, red team, wrecked. So the Arcane Barrage is going to be important. Of course, every time he uses it, it gets stronger. That's one of the cards that you kind of want to force early on if you can. And then as the game goes on, you just get more and more value up to the maximum of 10 sparks. Starts at 3, I think. Detox, what's going on?
Red has obtained their first perk.
Did his bridge switch? Oh no, we'd already seen the poison. I was going to say something weird happened there, but it was fine. Snake Druid's going to be annoying there. Black Hole. Let's see if that works out. I'm not sure. If he can kill that Musketeer, then that's kind of going to be huge. Remember, you've got to be on a bridge for 1.5 seconds to take it. So that's kind of a bonus to spells, because they can stop a bridge grab once it's already started. Don't know about that. That's the old. If that was the old bridge rules, he would have taken both bridges. New bridge rules, no thanks. Both of these masters have impactful perk 3s. King Puff's Night Puffs, the bridge switch, and the One Punch Blast for Rex. The question is, which is going to be more impactful?
Blue got the second perk. Red obtained perk number 2.
Grabs a spirit there. Not too often do you see a spirited Flame Imp. Flame Imp just slow enough there. Fire Imp, I think. Again, is that a force black hole, or does that make sense? You've got to remember, right? That's 3 mana. What does he get from that 3 mana? He definitely held the bridge. But at what cost? Okay, nice bridge switch there. Assassin's going to start shredding. Doesn't kill everything though, but did a lot of damage. So the prop hold can be really problematic to deal with. We've got to remember that as wrecked, he does have those clones that will explode underneath them. A real good way of shutting them down. Lot of raged units there. Another rage available as well. He gets a free Glen's Brew, which is going to be great. Love to see that. Glen's Brew, I see players playing Glen's Brew, but they just hold it. They just have like one idea in mind. I want a Glen's Brew, my tank or whatever. But there's lots you can do with Glen's Brew. It's only 2 mana. It doesn't take much to get that 2 mana's value out of something. Right, this is going to be a lot of face damage, I think, here. We've got some rage units in there. The prop scrats are taking ages to die. Uses the black hole to remove the defense. And that was a great black hole there. Lots of different uses for the black hole from DSOO there. And basically none of them were like the normal black hole use where you would just prevent yourself from getting hit by a spell. Hey, Elsol. What's going on 3 minutes ago? Okay, DSOO takes the first game. Sends me an expletive for some reason. Thanks for that. I won't quote you. Finish my drink! Right, we're still best of 3, the round 4 of 5 Swiss rounds. Three mana. How much it costs, right? The black hole. Okay, so hopefully they can go into the next match quickly enough. Huge push! It's crowning! I can see the head! Okay. Hopefully we won't have too much waiting. As I mentioned earlier, the video, the VOD for this tournament will be up on my YouTube tomorrow, so if you want to check it out. And of course there'll be timestamps or chapters, whatever, so you can jump to the matches and avoid a lot of this waiting. You're still excited. Good stuff, Elsol. I'm always excited to see your messages. And I'm excited that you're excited. And I hope your excitement can last for 3 minutes, which is not what your last sexual partner told me. Okay, what are we waiting for? Apparently nothing. Here we go. We're loading into game 2. DSOO took the first one with King Puff. Let's see what SILCO can do.
Welcome back to another
In game 2.
of Minion Masters.
We spoke about Ratbo earlier, how maybe Ratbo wasn't strong enough in solos without his ult perk. Let's see how that works out. So Ratbo for DSOO, blue team. Red team is SILCO with King Puff. Let's see how DSOO uses this Daka when he gets to perk 2. Let's see what value he can get from it. You don't need much. You don't need to kill much to get value from it.
Red has obtained the first perk. Blue
Okay, crossbow clubhouse for DSOO. It's going to kill most of these, but not all of them. Oh, that last! Okay, I stand corrected. The Hugger just starting to tank was enough for that last crossbow dude to survive. So something like the sentry there is going to be good as a removal target. One Scrat's going to survive at the bottom there, grab the bridge. Something secret at the top. Bridge switch. Going to need some support at the bottom to deal with it. Look like that assassin maybe moved backwards a little bit. Raged assassin forces the big play. 4 mana. It did grab the bridge though, so that's kind of crucial for DSOO. Had he not taken that bridge, that would have been annoying. The bridge was neutral. That's why he was able to instantly cap it.
the second perk.
Okay, Daka is available. Remember, Daka does damage based on the number of units you have out, which at the moment is not very many.
Red got the second perk.
The Daka will hit the closest thing it finds. Okay, that warrior is going to be a good Daka target, but unfortunately we had a Scrad in the way. Nice pre-fire though with the Daka. Remember, it takes a little while to lock on. That crossbow clubhouse fires so fast now, it just shreds through. Overall DPS good, but attack speed really good, so it can absolutely murder that horde. When you're not sure if it's an insult or praise, those are the best ones. You've got to figure it out, or it's just going to stress you out. Okay. Nice bridge switch, keeps that push alive. One of the latest skins to the game, the Ratbo skin. Shooting the hearts. Hey Luke, how you doing? Oh, I remember what I said. If I'm being offensive to you, I remember it. Okay, he needs to get through this wolf because he needs the DPS to switch and start shooting this horde. Okay, that crossbow clubhouse just melting everything there. There'll be more scrats piling out. There you see the Dakar. It didn't really get massive value, but it got some value. And of course, he's going to be waiting till the next Dakar comes around. He's got to be aware of this bridge switch. Because this bridge switch, once he gets to perk 3, and he's only 2 XP away as SILCO, can change things massively. Here we go. Boom. What is that noise? Either my PC's dying or someone's doing something outside. Okay, that's a good Dakar. You want to be able to Dakar something that's tanky so you can just get through it quickly and get back on the bridges. I need to... The tourney's going great! Even better now you're here. Okay, good news. It's something outside. Let me know if you can hear that. I don't think you can. Some whining noise. Right, there's the bridge switch. Gets the night buffs. That one night puff holding that bridge neutral at the top for a little bit longer than necessary was nice. So what's happened here, and I've only just noticed it, is SILCO's literally just playing the deck that DSOO was playing back against him. Or at least a very similar deck. Black hole to pull things out of the pocket, get the DPS on them. DSOO doesn't have a lot of counters for those prop scrats, which could be problematic for him. Oh, it's important I think that that assassin didn't hit face. That would have been massive damage. But here comes the next push. DSOO's struggling to see a bridge at the moment. Oof, doesn't take a bridge at the bottom there. That's going to be massive. He's going to have to use some extra mana. Yes, money, of course. Okay, that's going to be a good Dakar. But Mana Frenzy coming for SILCO now.
Red's got Mana Frenzy.
Mana Frenzy now for DSOO. But this one switch here could be important. DSOO having to play defensively here because he's very low HP. Needs to look out for the damage coming from that Flame Imp. Vortex is great because it's just stopping DSOO from getting anywhere near a bridge right now. Okay, it's DSOO clearing this up a little bit. The problem is every time we get a good bridge switch, it's going to be just a big push coming. Again, that Vortex is so annoying. You just can't... Oh my goodness! The Assassin, a Raged Assassin, that's probably going to be game there. Assassin just sent the Whirly Scrat into orbit. DSOO was holding on, but it felt like it was just a matter of time. Right, 1-1. Remember, whoever loses this is going to struggle to get through to the top 4, so there's still a lot to play for in this game. I still need to get a drink and have a pee, but we can't go at the moment. Well, let's see what's going on in the other matches whilst we are waiting. Okay, so Destroy's beaten Pillow Pants 2-0. DARKCROW's beaten Chief 2-0. Vicus has beaten Set 2-1. Warlet 1-0 up. No, 1-0 down, sorry, against Vapdra. Babela beaten Merked. VTEK is a game down to Damien Michael. We'll have a look at the standings after this round is complete. Got Vicus and DARKCROW. That was Set's first loss, actually. So Vicus and DARKCROW are on 10 points. Got Set and Destroy on 9. Pillow Pants is on 6. Okay. But we've still got some other players that could potentially get 9 because their matches haven't completed yet. We've got DSOO and SILCO here. The winner of that's going to end up on 9 points. Silcolacrum. Right, okay. So yeah, this match is definitely important. You here to see nipples? I'm not sure this is going to be a nipple stream. Not really in a nipple mood. Right, another bit of a delay. Oh, it's happening! Right, here we go. The decider in this round 4 match. DSOO against SILCO. Okay, DSOO is playing Diona. And King Puff again for SILCO. Impetus saving that bottom bridge. Will we see a Wartrek Dreadnought there in SILCO's deck? Haven't seen one of those in the tournament yet.
Blue was unlocked their first perk.
That Vortex. A lot of value from the Vortex in the last game. Value here. Didn't kill everything, unfortunately, though, so the bridge still got taken. So those Flightless Dragons, when you're behind on HP, they get Rage, and their DPS is massive. Nice Shock Rock clears everything out. That's going to have the bridges for DSOO for a little bit. Not entirely sure what he was trying to do there. Push something... Like, normally in that situation you try to push everything towards one bridge. Right, Wartrek is out. This is the perk 1 version of the Wartrek, the weakest one with just 1 attack. Right, we see Deadshot's strat here. He's been playing the the Blood Imps, and he has a red Golem. Just looking at the aggro there. Kind of spun around, but then they didn't get attacked for some reason. Okay. That's fine. Forces out the Vortex. 3 mon of his 2 mana Shock Rock.
Red obtained
Good
perk
XP
number
lead for
2.
DSOO at the moment. DSOO has his red golem waiting in the wings. Gonna do some face damage here. A lot of face damage, actually. But he may or may not get to use it. He's healing a little bit here. SILCO may not be aware that there's a red golem. He may be. We're not sure. He might allow himself to take some damage here. But I think in this situation, right, you're kind of in control of the match, right? So you don't need to force taking the damage and getting that red golem activated. He's going to get his perk 3. He's going to be a decent way ahead at the moment. But let's see if
Blue gained 1, 2,
perk 3 for SILCO changes many things. Oh, this is going to be massive. Nice trap. Absolutely murders the war track. A lot of damage here coming out as well. That's kind of a desperation black hole. SILCO very low HP, not at his mana. Sorry, his perk 3 yet. DSOO's going for face. The owner traps do 50% face damage, but still they can put out a hurting. Two heal puffs popping off at the bottom there. That's helping him from a health point of view, but hindering him from a red golem point of view, which he doesn't really need at the moment. But let's see. This is the Dreadnought. This is only the perk 2 version. Oh, DSOO makes a mistake there. He didn't really need to try to take that before the bridge switch. It would have been nice to, but it was a risky play. Very low HP. Is he going to go for more face damage here? Is he going to try and just control this a little bit? Double traps on face. This is probably going to be too much. There we go. DSOO takes that one comfortably ahead on XP. 2-1. Quite possibly eliminates SILCO from the event, although there will be another game to go. Not sure, Luke. You check out the bracket, you can see. Right. So, if we take a second to look at the brackets. Looks like VTEK and Damien Michael still 1 game all. What I might do is get a drink and use the restroom. Just need to go for a massive rest. Let's see if this match is going on. Okay. That match is finished. Right, okay. BRB. Right, I'll be right back. And then we'll have a look at the final round. Oh, God. Right. So, hopefully in my absence, everything has been locked in on the website. Right. So, 5th round. Remember, we're going for top 4 shootout after this. So the current top 4, not the final top 4, the current top 4, DARKCROW, Ficus, DSOO, and Destroy. So, you're going to need 9 points to get in. At least. 3v3? I wouldn't think so. That's far too much of a change. So Set's right on the cusp. Who's Set playing? Set is playing DARKCROW. Right, so we're going to do DARKCROW against Set. Set needs to win or he's out. Just reading Sinobie's message here. DARKCROW may possibly squeak in even if he loses, depending on what else happens in the other matches. Okay. Remember, DARKCROW and Ficus had whatever went on ended up in a tie. So normally at this point we'd have someone on 12 points who would be comfortably in, but kind of nobody's really guaranteed at the moment. I don't think. But we'll see what happens. So Set against DARKCROW should be a good one anyway. So let's work towards setting up for that. Right, DARKCROW is first. This is going to be the final round of best of 3s. Okay, so we just need to wait for their bans to come in. Wouldn't be surprised if we see an Akinlet ban. Let's see what happens. So a reminder, all the players have 1 master ban, 3 card bans for each round. That prevents their opponents from playing those banned cards, and our opponent has those banned powers back at them. And we have the bans available now. DARKCROW is going to be banning first on my screen, but remember the players ban in private, so nobody gets a benefit. DARKCROW has banned... Wait, hold on. Strongest man on Earth. Nice. The DARKCROW hasn't banned a master, which seems strange. Is it a mistake? Is it a choice? Let's find out. So Bounce-Free Flingers. Zealots of the Burning Fist. And Herald Our Moon. And Set has banned R3KT, also known as Wrecked. Okay. Morgrul's Mark, strong solo spell. A Kinlap. Called it. And red Golem. Seems like DARKCROW hasn't banned a master previously, so it seems like that's maybe a choice. So we'll leave that as undetermined. Right, DARKCROW set. We'll say we're ready. Right, so this is the last round of Swiss matches. When this round is complete, we'll have our top 4 who will go through to the next round, the elimination part of the event. If DARKCROW wins this, he's definitely through, and Set's definitely out. If Set wins this, he's definitely through, and DARKCROW is probably out. There's a lot on the line for both players here. Oh, I've got another biscuit. Exciting times. Reminder number 17, that there is a PTR this weekend. If you want to get involved, go to the Minion Masters Discord, give yourself the PTR role, check out the instructions, get involved, test out the new balance changes for next season, and the 2 new cards, and give your feedback. Did you like it? Did you not like it? Is it too strong? Is it too weak? Did you find any bugs? All those things are useful. It's biscuit o'clock. So the Akinlap ban is quite interesting from Set, but it's quite interesting because historically you would have seen DARKCROW banning Akinlap against Set, but this time Set has banned it against DARKCROW. And we've seen DARKCROW playing this to the deck. The question is, how integral to that deck is Akinlap? Can you replace it with something else and get similar results? Or does it just nuke the deck too much and force a different deck? That we don't know, but that we're going to find out. Here we go into game 1. DARKCROW against Set.
Let the fun begin.
Morelia against Valorian. Right, Zealots are out. Zealots were banned by DARKCROW, but of course that means Set can't play them, but he can. In an ideal situation, you kill the Zealots together, because then like that, exactly like that, because then the surviving one, there is no effect. There is no surviving one.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Effectively. Okay, that's a very defensive play with the crossbow clubhouse. Not a massive fan of that. Didn't feel like things were worrisome enough to require that kind of a defensive play. But it worked out. I remember in the matches we've seen previously today, I think with DARKCROW himself actually, with the dragon. The dragon was really the win condition. Let's see what effect it has here. No poison support at the bottom there for Talok, so just doing his regular DPS. Right, Spirit on the one at the top. It's going to get locked down again. Let's see. Crossbow, sorry, the Frostreavers come in. And it looked like the Zealot that survived longest was the one that already had Spirit, so that was a little bit frustrating for DARKCROW. Right, here we see the normal position. There is a little bit of a bug at the moment with the crossbow clubhouse. Not really bad enough to cause it to be banned, but you can place it far too far forward. It's missing the building aura that prevents you from playing it right up to the edges of the arena, which all buildings should have, but for some reason that one is missing. Right, XP lead is pretty decent at the moment for DARKCROW. It certainly feels like it's just wave after wave of DARKCROW attacks that Set's just defending as best he can. There's not really set attacks at the moment. Again, that defensive crossbow clubhouse. I don't hate it, but I also don't love it. Okay, Set closing in on XP a little bit here. Okay, those spirits are really going to help out. Doesn't quite win the bottom bridge though. Still doesn't. I feel like that was a little bit of an overplay at the bottom there. Always going to get supported, really. Okay, there's the clubhouse, just treading. Have to wait a little bit to take the bridge with the crossbow dudes from inside it. Get 3 of them, of course. Right, perk 3's coming up. So, playing a non-accursed Morelia means you're going to get 1 dragon and 1 dragon only. Right, here comes the dragon. Not a huge amount, the breath to damage, and of course there's no ascension, so it doesn't get the skellies. So he's going to lose his XP lead at the moment. Normally you want to do this with the dragon. You spawn it defensively, and you allow yourself to build up this push to support it. Right, level XP. Just trying to push through the bottom here. It's not too worried about the air, if you can kill everything else, because the air won't take the bridge, of course. But
AoE is the best.
okay, so Talok is absolutely murdering there at the bottom. Sorry, at the top there on the dragon, because it had poison on it, so Talok was doing double damage. So that's basically cleaver DPS, I think. I think Set will be okay with that. The dragon's come out. He's still there or thereabouts with regards to the bridges and the XP. Didn't take too much face damage. DARKCROW's still healthy enough to be using these Blood Imps. So the perk 3 for Valorian is doing this double damage with his attack, doing the double damage with his Searing Light, and also doing the double healing from his perk 2. DARKCROW is struggling a little bit to clear this. Because he's so low HP, he has to play defensively like this, which means he's going to lose more XP as well. And that Whirly Scrat's still going. We're about to get... Are we going to get a buff? Yeah, there's the buff. Oh, he's so low HP, though. The Blood Imps are out. He's at 14 health. Right. Quick, check how much damage Bear Avalanche does to face. Okay, I think he gave up.
Red's got Mana Frenzy.
Mana Frenzy. Right. Set takes the first game there. It was close, but from perk 3 onwards, he really took control. The dragon didn't do enough. He did a good job killing it. Talok was doing massive damage against it. Didn't take too much health. And that's the... When you've got a lot of Master health, it gives you that opportunity, that flexibility to use your Master's Tower to tank things like the Dragon whilst you are killing it. And if you can't do that, if you have to tank it with something else, then that's a lot less efficient in terms of mana. And I think the reason we saw previously, Deadshot wasn't able to kill the Dragon quickly enough. Just didn't really have much DPS, I think, in his deck when that situation arose. He did have the Ravenous Swarmers, but DARKCROW had the Daggerfall as the answer to them. So whilst he did have the DPS, he didn't have any DPS that could survive the Daggerfall. Just the difference in that last match where, you know, Talok's pretty tanky himself, difficult to efficiently spell remove, and of course he got the poison onto the Dragon from the Wogasaur pup with its spit, and then it was just massive DPS from Talok. Now in the next patch, the proposed change for Talok is to do a little bit more base damage, 70 instead of 60 I think, but his bonus against poisoned or stun units is 50% extra damage, not double damage. So in that situation, he would have been doing a decent amount less DPS, basically. Which may or may not change very many things, but, you know, all of these games are a culmination of lots and lots of little interactions. And if you can start trading better or worse in these interactions, then each of these little bonuses or negatives, they all build up, and towards the end of the game, that's where suddenly you find you're actually winning where previously you wouldn't, when your cards got small buffs, or losing if your cards got small nerfs. And that's really why every single play you make is important, because, as I said, at the end of the game, it's just really just an addition of all of these pluses and minuses. Get enough pluses, you win. Get enough minuses, you lose. Okay, game 2! The Avalanche does 15, thank you. I know it wasn't very much. Right, DARKCROW again. Is he playing the same deck, this time with Valorian, against Set playing Valorian? Remember, this is best of 3, no conquest rules, so you can play a master that you've won with. But going forward in the event, in the next round, the top 4, if you win with a master, you won't be able to play that master. So you'll have to have a little bit more flexibility.
Red has obtained their first perk.
Okay, did he remove the crossbow clubhouse? Kind of looks like it. Yeah, I agree, Espeno. SILCO, Big Sister, whatever your name is. A little back and forth at the moment. Bridge is staying red for a little bit longer than I'd have liked there.
Red got the second perk.
Right, here come the Zealots. What can they do? In the previous match, we saw a lot of situations where the Zealots were dying at the same time, which is ideal from the defensive person's point of view. This time, that's not going to happen. We're going to get this Zealot on face, which is going to be raged, hasted. It's got the Spirit as well, so it's going to put out a bit of a hurting on the face there. If you can get a few pushes like that, DARKCROW, then suddenly Set ends up with very little HP. Okay. Here we see Taluk with the poison support absolutely melts the Whirly Scrat at the bottom there. I mean, if something's not tanking the dragon, then anything can solo the dragon. It's just how quickly it can do it. So he does 33 DPS standard, doubled to 66.6 DPS, more than a cleaver. But look at this face damage coming out here from these zealots. That one zealot that gets to face is really being problematic for Set. He can't really allow that to happen anymore. Set ends up in this situation where he can't tank on face, which makes it just awkward for him to defend. But look at Taluk at the top there, just melting the zealot. Oof. Oh, he's in... Oh, okay. If that zealot had hit face, it might have been game over there. Right, Set drops the GG. He thinks it's over. DARKCROW has done a lot of phase damage and is ahead on XP. .92 HP left. Daggerfall to face. Not going to be enough to kill it, even if he went for face, he didn't. Oh, this zealot's going to hit face! GG.
We have a winner!
Justice has been done.
Zealots together or split, it ultimately depends on what your opponent has to punish it, right? If they have a lot of AoE in the form of spells or minions, then you want to split them up. If they don't, then there's not really a great way to punish them if they're together. Also depends, you know, how much pressure you need to put on the bridges. Okay, 1-1 here. Gonna be close. I think you generally see people split them because there is normally some AoE of some description. Like if you play them together and your opponent beams them, then for the rest of the game you just got to make sure you split them. But they are kind of annoying. They are difficult to deal with. So if you do split them, then that, you know, that forces your opponent to deal with things in two places at the same time. I think that's why they're a lot worse in 2v2s, because there's just so much more AoE minions or just big removal spells that they just get shut down so much more. Yeah, that's an interesting one, because we talk about cards, when we talk about the range, you talk about ranged units that have a specific range, and that's shown in the game, or we talk about melee. And melee, as shown in the game, is melee is melee. But melee is not melee. different units have a different melee range. So that's sometimes where you find snared units. One of them can attack the other one and cannot. So for example, Taluk there has a range of 3.5. I don't know what a good one to compare that is to. Let's have a look at a Cleaver. Cleaver has a range of 1.5. So if you have a Cleaver in a Bear Trap and a Taluk, the Taluk can hit the Cleaver cannot hit the Taluk, assuming that you don't spawn him right next to it, which is... it's not immediately obvious when you look at the cards. It just says melee. Melee range is melee range. And then we get some weird things, like Shen has his melee range of 4.5, which is the same as a ranged minion in the Crystal Sentry. That's a ranged minion having the same range as a melee. The melee does not equal melee. There are different types of melee. And you definitely notice that with things when you see them snared or in bear traps, stuff like that. And at the real top level, players will be aware of that and they will be able to take advantage of that. Right, here we go. Game 3. The decider. Remember, if Set wins, he's through and DARKCROW is probably out. If DARKCROW wins, he's through and Set is, I think, definitely out. Looks like a slightly different deck from Set. Playing Ratbow, which is a little surprising. We saw Deadshot play Ratbow earlier, didn't quite do enough. Did get some decent dackers, but let's see what Set can do with regards to that. So Valorian, DARKCROW, blue team. Ratbow, Set, red team. One thing that happened there, and it happens every game, but most people don't notice it. When you hit a perk, your tower rises up. So the towers were at their lowest point. They both hit perk 1. The towers rose a little bit. Happens every game, but most people have never even noticed it. Just pay attention. When the next perk happens, look at the Master Tower and you'll be like, wow! Right, let's see. Fergus could be a little bit tricky for DARKCROW to deal with. Musketeer's going to trade okay with it, but I don't think we'll kill it. Mortis, put your Winky away. Okay, look at the blue tower, right? DARKCROW's about to hit perk 2. Look at it. Ignore everything else. Look at the blue tower. Everything else is irrelevant. Watch the blue tower. Watch the blue tower. Watch the blue tower. It raised up! Mind blown. Okay. So the pincer ignored the shield there on the aimbot because it's true damage, ignores any protection. Okay. It's going to happen on the... Look at the red tower, look at the red tower, look at the red tower, look at the red tower right now. Look at it. Oh god, it's got no bridges, it's going to take a while. You can look away and you can look back. Okay, look now. Look at the red tower, look at the red tower, look at the red tower. Oh, look at it. It went bigger. Okay. Defenso's decent, shutting down the Zealot. But the Zealot, it looked like the Zealot got a big hit off as it died there on the Defenso. So whilst it will shut it down, it will take a lot of damage. It's like the Defenso's not a good counter for things like the Cleaver, because firstly the Defenso's going to take massive damage, but also the stun the Defenso puts on the Cleaver is actually of a less duration than the Cleaver's attack speed. So the Cleaver attacks more quickly in that situation. Shen is 4.5 range, I think. Oh, it's 4. Sorry, it's 4. It's 4. You're right. I'm wrong. Let's move on. Big XP lead here for DARKCROW. Okay, there we see the Daka. Decent Daka value. Yeah, so we look there, we look at the Sentry. Are there any other Sentries we find it with just Sentry? Yeah, see the Sentry has a range of 4 as well. Which is kind of wild when you think one's melee and one's range. What is range? Range is an illusion. Fergus is about to turn round. Oh, he dies. Last hit. Gets a little lucky there, I think. But it worked out. But still a big XP lead for DARKCROW at the moment. Look at the red tower. Look at... Oh, no, it's too early. It's too early. It doesn't have any bridges. Range 0.2. That's tiny, right? I know. Look at the red tower. Oh! You're going to lose your mind when you see what happens when it gets to Mana Frenzy. You get more range? No. That'd be interesting, though. Master gets more range because they're higher up. So in this situation, we've all been there. It's when you're this far behind on XP, you don't have a late game strat. You know that you're probably losing. But we've got to get to Mana Frenzy so we see what happens. Tower raise. Yes, you saw it, Froggerino. Mind blown. How many people have watched thousands of games of this and never seen that? Okay, watch the blue tower. It's about to get Mana Frenzy. Watch what happens when they get Mana Frenzy. Destroy, my goodness. Watch the blue tower. Watch the blue tower. Watch the blue tower. It goes purple! Right, Mana Frenzy for DARKCROW. He's going to close this game out. He's been ahead a long time. Did the Masters not rise up? Because there's a weird thing with Apep's shield, where the higher the perk, the more incorrectly placed the shield is. Okay, the beginning of the end. Set drops the GG. DARKCROW's going to take this. And that felt like he was always ahead.
But it feels a little late.
And we just had to get through there. Okay. So we've seen Ratbo a couple of times today. And Ratbo's lost both times. So. But if you look at my meta-analysis video from this month, Ratbo, I think, was the highest played master overall. You don't have to type their full name. If you just type part of the name, it will find them. Yeah, that doesn't seem correct, because he's got like a special kind of range. It depends how it's included in the data files as to exactly how it turns out. Right. I feel like the rest of the matches are going to be completed. Felt like we were in this one for some years. Okay, let's see what's going on. So, DSOO against Ficus. Looks like that's 1-1. DARKCROW against Set. We saw DARKCROW win that. Destroy's been for Baylor. SILCO's beaten Chief. VTEK's got a win there against Warlet. Merked beaten Laptra. Pillowpants beaten Damien Michael. So it looks like Ficus and DSOO are in 1-1 going into game 3. So let's see if we can join that. Assuming their reporting is up to date. It's check. Let's have a look at the standings with regards to this match. So it's 1-1. If DSOO wins, he's going to go on 12 points. Yeet. If Ficus wins, he's going to be on 13 points. Yeet. But if DSOO wins, 12 points, and Ficus loses... So I think if DSOO wins, they both go through. It looks like Ficus is through whatever. But DSOO needs to win or he is out. Right. We're loading in. Okay, so this is 1-1. DSOO needs to take this.
Play cards.
Right, APEP for DSOO. Nice stun. The Shock Rock takes that bridge. Nice impetus. Stops the bridge take from Ficus. So we've got APEP against Morelia. We do have a Wartrack Dreadnought.
Blue obtained the first perk.
Raw dogging a Musketeer to take the bridge is a little bit awkward. He played that... I don't know. Did he prevent face damage there? Or I feel like he played that heal path a little bit too early and got the aggro. And he didn't really want it. Right, there are shrooms. Okay, looks like we're going to win the bottom bridge there. Needs a bit of help from his brother. Don't know if they're brothers. They're probably related. Not sure if they're brothers or not. Okay. Goes for the Frostfang Familiar. See, the Frostfang Familiar, it's kind of awkward. You want to put it on a big unit, but as an APEP free card, you also don't want to hold on to it. So he just got rid of it, used it, and moved on. Well, I think the range is... The range is not how far his attack hits. The range is how far away from something he can start his attack. So he might have a short range, but like a long area of effect. You know what I'm saying? Okay, DSOO ahead on XP at the moment, doing some base damage to Ficus. Ficus is playing Morelia, so we'll have that dragon to get involved at some point. Doesn't really want to take too much face damage from this. Okay, pushes it away, under the stun, nicely done. But of course it takes a while to kill that, and all the while he's losing or not gaining XP. Kind of frustrating there. He's got two good ways of dealing with the Wartrack there. He's got his Curse Bearer, that's out of place at the top. He's got his Flightless Dragons, they've just been played. So it's going to take him a little while to chew through this. Okay, bit of stun lock action there. Not a huge DPS, but it looks like it's going to be enough to clear the bottom bridge until the support comes in. My impetus at the top. There he goes. XP level. So as always with the Morelia games, it's going to be important to see what, if any, impact the dragon has. Well, it's going to have some impact, right? It's a 10 mana card. Is it? No, it's 9 now, isn't it? I don't know. Oh, it is 10. Maybe the standard Neva is 9. I don't know. Okay, here comes Nivea. Good clear from the breath. Okay, DSOO has the Curse Bearer. The Curse Bearer is going to be incredible against this. Remember, it does 3% max HP damage every second. It kills anything in just over 30 seconds, assuming that the curse stays up, and Deadshot will allow it to. And this is one thing that newer players make the mistake with the Curse Bearer, is they will tank with the Curse Bearer. Look at Deadshot, he's playing the Curse Bearer behind it, so the Curse Bearer stays alive with the curse for as long as possible. And of course, not only is it doing that curse damage, it also has its regular damage as well. Right, here comes a bit of a stun lock. Curse Bearer getting massive value at the top here as well. Okay. Deadshot needs to clear this and then see how things are standing. Little XP lead at the moment for Fickers, but of course that perk 3 has come and gone. No more. Yeah, there's multiple. It would just type in the number. Right. Gonna probably shock rock this. He'll munch through this quickly. Does have some support, but it's dying pretty quickly. It's still alive though. It's kind of annoying. It's hanging about for a little bit too long. Okay, Fickers has got a good XP lead at the moment, and just the meat in his deck, the War Track, the dragon for that one time, and the blue golem, green golem, being a little bit problematic. But Deadshot has the bridges now. Oh, can he get some massive value from the... no, okay, he can't. Yeet. Well, that freeze could be important. Okay, XP's leveling up. But Deadshot needs to clear this golem at the bottom pretty quickly, or at least take the bridge behind it. Okay, tanking with the shield. Okay, it's going to die pretty quickly here. Ooh, is there going to be anything left to take the bridge, though? Okay, Mana Frenzy for both players. Deadshot can't... He's got a lot of HP left, which is kind of helpful for him at the moment. He wanted to push that off of the bridge with the golem, I think, as well. So he lost some XP that he could have had there. Okay, you see he's kind of... Since he's got a lot of HP, DSOO, he's able to just really not ignore the face, but partially ignore it. Did he have a ghost in there or something? Not sure. He had his own golem. Not sure where that came from. This is real close. That's a kind of a big scary looking push at the top there. Having to tank with the Curse Bearer, but he has the stun to keep it alive for longer, if possible. But you just can't allow your opponent to have the bridges for too long, as they just build up a massive mana lead. There's the stun. Oh. Okay, that stun coming back was helpful, but Fickers he's got so much more mana than DSOO at this point. Remember, at Mana Frenzy, your XP is converted into mana. You get XP from bridges, so bridges give you mana. I think DSOO's realised that he can't hold on here. It was close. Okay, Fickers takes that 2-1. And we'll see how that affects the standings. That, I think that eliminated DSOO. How do you define fattest? Because all the units have a weight. So if you look at the 1800 might be the biggest weight, I'm not sure. I do put together a Minion Masters data spreadsheet every month from the game data, so you can see all stuff like that. Okay. Right, we're going to have a look at the standings now. DSOO back-capped on the Dragon. What are we looking at here? There's some weirdness with the Dragon where it steps forward a little bit. Can definitely screw you over or be useful. Okay, that's fine. That's not an illegal back cap. That's perfect. That's not really the fact it's mythic. That's just the case that it's heavy and he's playing a small unit on it that pushes it off. That's just Bridge Collision 101. Right. Let's take a second, see where we are. So it looks like all the results are in. So it's looking like at the moment we've got Ficus and DARKCROW both on 13 points, Destroy on 12 points, and Deathshoot on 9 points, but being the highest placed of the 9 pointers. Looking like he's just got through to the top 4. We look at the tiebreakers. This is always a point of contention. So the opponent's set win percentage, which is really kind of how strong your opponents have been. DSOO's opponent's set win percentage 60%, sets only 56%, so close, but that's why DSOO squeaks through ahead of everyone else. Right. That's going to be our top 4. Ficus, DARKCROW, Destroy against Deathshoot, and the semi-final is going to be Ficus against Deathshoot and DARKCROW against Destroy. Oh yeah, I was going to have a quick look at the spreadsheet to see who is officially the fattest unit. If we look at the health, why is this not working? I don't have access to my own spreadsheet. Excuse you. Wrong account. Okay. Here's our spreadsheet of all the data. Let's have a look at the heaviest units. See if it makes sense or not. Okay. Heaviest units with 3,000 health. We've got Near the Fallen, Reconator, Siege Imperator Ruby, and Shrumama Shumi. That's kind of interesting. Shrumama Shumi's got a massive weight as well. And the weight's important when you're playing units on top of them. It determines which one gets pushed away and which one doesn't. Satan, good to see you. What's going on? Right, so semi-final time. We'll watch both semi-finals, of course. Whoever is ready first will be watched first. Right. Game on. Okay, let's see if the top 4 is ready. Right. Ficus, DSOO, DARKCROW, Destroy. Worth mentioning that we're going to be best of 5 now instead of best of 3, and conquest rules, which means you cannot play a master once you've won with a master. You can play the same deck, but not with that master. Azog is way bigger than anyone would ever think. Yeah, something to do. Yeah, something to do with his radius, his weight. I can't remember. There's something weird to do with him. I don't think it's heaviest in the game, but I think it's weirdly heavy. Weight of 2,200. I remember his weight being tied into his radius or something. I feel like in the game files, there's no weight. I feel like it's referred to as radius in the game file. Not sure. Can't remember. But like knowing all the units' ranges, especially melee unit ranges, as well as weights of units and stuff like that, that's not really important for newer players, but once you get into getting really serious about the game and starting to min-max your plays, then they become very important. Right, so we're just going to chill for a little bit here while the players are getting ready. Yeah, one of the heaviest. I'm surprised the Shroom is so heavy. I assume... I don't know. I imagine they have the same weight regardless of the size of them. I'd be surprised if they didn't. You can always kind of test that by playing something on top of it, seeing if it moves or not. Yeah, so it turns out that splitting Shumi breaks all laws of physics, and there's no conservation of mass at all. You're actually just creating mass. Right, so I'm going to get everything ready that I can do in the meantime. We'll see which match we're going to go to first. What's up, Trisp? Classic Extra Emily. TwitchCon hype! What is she in there? I want to say what it looks like. Right, if you just joined us, we've finished the Swiss part of the event. We're moving into the Elimination, our top 4 shootout, best of 5. And we are awaiting the first of those matches to be ready. We're going to have Ficus against DSOO. We've got DARKCROW against Destroy in the 2 semi-finals, and we're waiting to see who's going to be ready first. And reminder number 47, this will be available on YouTube tomorrow, so if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube, make sure you do now so you don't miss the notification. And of course, we'll have the timestamps and chapters, whatever, in YouTube so that you can easily jump to the matches and avoid this cringe waiting. If you haven't seen my latest YouTube video, check out my meta video as well. That should help you know what's going on. I think it's that one. See what the most played cards and masters, decks, stuff like that. really useful for players of all abilities. Okay, Merlin, thanks for dropping in. It's always something. Okay, looks like it's going to be DARKCROW first. Oh, look at that, Nightbot posting that video at the perfect time as well. Some things are just meant to be. Like, you've obviously meant to go and favourite that video. Right, so DARKCROW against Destroy is going to be the first semi-final. So we'll set up the spectate and await the bans, which I've just received. Okay, nothing happens and then everything happens at once. Okay, Destroy's offline at the moment. Right, let's reset our scores. We're going into semi-final. Numero uno. Best of 5. You've got to win those 3 matches. DARKCROW Destroy. Oh, that's too many 6s. And then we have a look at our bans, which are here. Right. So, the bans. DARKCROW has banned. He chose not to ban a master in previous rounds. This time, he's choosing to ban Morelia, Bounce-Free Flingers, Morgrul's Mark, and of course, Zealots of the Burning Fist. Nothing particularly shocking there. And Destroy. Wait. Let's start again, because obviously I messed it up completely. Let's start again. DARKCROW has banned Valorian, yeah. Bounce-Free Flingers, Zealots, and Herald. Okay. Second time's a charm. And DARKCROW, sorry, Destroy, has banned Morelia, Bounce-Free Flingers, Morgrul's Mark, and Zealots. Okay, we got there in the end. Good work. Just checking. Right, DARKCROW, Valorian, Zealots, Bounce-Free Flingers, Herald, yes. Morelia, Bounce-Free Flingers, Morgrul's Mark, Zealots. Right, Zealots banned. Good job, sheep. I seem to remember Kiki just messaged me about the Spirit Vessel. Is that what it's called? I feel like that's heavier than you would expect. 1100. So the Spirit Vessel, which is the 2 mana skelly that gives you Spirit, weighs 1100. And the normal Undying Skeleton weighs 1000. It weighs less than a tiny one. How does that make sense? Apparently spirits are very heavy. Okay, let's get back to what we were doing. I think we just need to set up our Destroy. Spectate. Okay, Destroy, DARKCROW. Okay, I think we're ready. Oh, we can do a prediction. Start prediction. Who will win? Yes, it's going to be DARKCROW or Destroy. Okay. Should be a prediction at the top of the chat if you want to get involved in that. Okay, appreciate you guys being here today. This is Night's Duel number 38. Team Mana Frenzy BetaDwarf providing this event to you. I'm here. I'm Fish. Sinobie's behind me. Figuratively, probably not literally. And we're at the semi-final stage. Let's do a Discord announcement. Boom. Okay. I said I'm ready, right? Are you ready? This is ready. I say ready in the group chats. I'm ready. Thumbs up. Okay, here we go. We're loading in to the first best of 5 of the day. Yeah! Here we go. DARKCROW against Destroy. Semi-final. Here we go. Valorian against Ravager. Reminder, no ult perks in this tournament. They're not quite tournament ready yet, but hopefully they will be in the next one. Okay, Musketeer should jump back. Doesn't quite have the right angle to get on the bridge there. It wasn't close enough either.
Blue obtained the first perk.
Oh, DSOO, do you remember when we impetus the same thing at the same time? I think it was a Bara and it went so far. Okay, that wolf getting basically shredded. Let's see what this perk 1 does for Destroy. This is going to be a good push. We've got a lot of HP. Curse is going to be decent in here. Splits up and takes the bridge nicely. Okay, the curse... Remember, the curse lingers a little bit after the curse bearer dies as well, so it still gets some decent value. So some decent face damage from Destroy. Not game ending. A little bit of an XP lead, but not too much. Looking like most people are going with DARKCROW at the moment.
Whoa, what a show!
So here we see the Musketeer jump back, but it jumps back but then riposts off the bridge. So it can't take the bridge exactly as it previously used to. He's unfortunate there. He got the Slitherbind from the Slitherbound from the Daggerfall, the cool Slitherbind, but it went at the top where the bridge you already had instead of going for the bottom of the bridge you needed. But there was something there anyway, so it probably didn't matter. A lot of air shows going on around the country at the moment. Here's a plane flying over. Right. Potential scary looking push at the bottom. Does have a chain here. Does have the removal as well with the Searing Light. Would have loved to have killed the Succubus. Doesn't quite do it, but Succubus is cursed there. Is she going to die to the curse? Yes, she is. Okay, so you see playing the 2 Stout Hearts next to each other trigger the Revelry, which gives them their Rage. Pretty scary. Got the Succubus here. Chain Lightning is going to come in as well. Succubus is going to survive this. Not sure if Morgul's Mark was necessary there. Didn't really do too much. Okay, Taluk. Sneak in towards the bridge, not getting it though. Right, both players close to their perk 3. Destroy is going to have a potentially impactful Terror Brutus, but DARKCROW will know that that's coming, and he'll be saving his Curse Bearer for it. Right, Curse Bearer straight in there. Destroy wants to kill that Curse Bearer as quickly as possible because that's just going to reduce the Terror Brutus to a little bit of a jelly. There you can see the power of the curse. That Terror Brutus is melting there. It's not even going to get... Well, he's going to get to the bridge, but he's still taking damage from the curse. Okay. And that's a perk 3 that hasn't really impacted the match too much. Of course, as we say many times, these one-time only perk 3s, they come and go, then you effectively have no perk 3. You could argue that the strengths may be built into their other perks, but it's easy just to say they don't have it. XP is low. Succubus could be chained here. I'm surprised he didn't chain there. Could have got the Succubus, damage the other ones as well. Remember, if you're trying to figure out if something's going to kill something, if you look at their health bars, with they're all separated into little divisions. Each division is worth 100 health. So you can see the Curse Bearer there. Wait, why was the Curse Bearer healing there? Oh, that seemed to be healing a lot. That seemed weird. Maybe it was just Valorian's heal. Okay, destroy very low HP. There we go. I want to look at that. That Curse Bearer healing looked kind of weird. Like it was just legit healing out of nowhere. Somebody check the replay. Right. DARKCROW takes the first game. We've seen Ravager a couple of times. Ravager doesn't seem to just cut it at the top level. Maybe his ult perk will help, but of course that's not available at the moment. I assume the spirit, the Curse Bearer was healing from the Valorian perk, but it seemed like he was healing a lot. And like multiple times. I don't know what I was seeing. Someone check the stream and tell me what happens. Right. So, DARKCROW has won the first game with Valorian. That means with the Conquest rules, he can no longer play Valorian. He can play that same deck, but not with Valorian. Sometimes we have decks that are really master specific, whereas others you can just switch decks, switch masters without really affecting them too much. Okay, so it looks like DARKCROW was the victor in regards to the prediction. Let's see if that turns out to be true or not. He's off to a good start, but you need to finish strong, not just start strong. DSOO says that was a really aggressive Curse Bearer. It would have been better to dogpile the top lane and save Brutus. Yeah, I'm not sure if he meant to use the Morgrel's Mark on the Musketeer, but he did. I would have thought he would have preferred to have used it on the Curse Bearer to kill that as quickly as possible, since that's putting out most of the damage. But yeah, as I was saying, if you look at the health bars of the units, they're all separated, assuming they have more than 100 health, into little sections. Each of those sections is 100 health. Now, all health bars are the same size. So that means that if you have something with a lot of health, then it has a lot of little 100 HP sections. Where if you have something with less health, then it has maybe less than one section or only a couple of sections. So that's really useful if you're playing something like a Wheel of Doom and you need to know exactly, I mean, exactly is not quite correct, but you need to be able to tell if something is above or below a threshold. Hey, James. With the Wheel of Doom, you want to You're looking at unshielded units. They need to be below 300 health to stop the block. Thanks for the Prime sub. Have a dab. How do we... Abgesh Labert. Give me marks out of 10. 1 being terrible, 10 being perfect with how I pronounce your name. Abgesh Labert. I think I nailed it. Let's be honest here. I think I nailed it. Thanks for the Prime sub. Okay, we're loading into game 2. Like a Sue, like a two-Sue. 2! DARKCROW destroy. Semi-final. DARKCROW 1-0 up. Best of 5. DARKCROW in the blue. In the blue pants. In the blue shorts. Playing Rex. Destroying the red shorts. Playing Diona. Again, it looks like DARKCROW's playing the same deck. Which he's entitled to do. Okay, so Destroy having some Outlander influence on his cards here. Remember, he's building up tech. If you look by his cards, he's got a tech counter. Bottom right is the tech counter, currently at 85. You get tech from drawing Outlander faction cards. Drawing is when they enter your hand. And then there's certain cards that can spend the tech. For example, the Aimbot. You can spend 70 tech if you have it. Or 140 tech, if you have it. And then it can get completely shut down and do nothing. Right, ATG drone is out. Haven't seen one of those yet today. Interesting deck from Destroy. We've got ATG drone. We've got a Harbinger, which is something we don't see too often. Remember, good old Dragon used to play a Harbinger Valorian deck, I think. Let's see what tools DARKCROW has to deal with the Harbinger. Because if you've got the right tools, anything's easy to deal with. If you don't, it's frustrating. But let's see. He'll probably try and jump into the pocket here and then DPS it as much as he can. Or he's going to chain it. More DPS. If he kills this, it's going to be massive. Massive. Okay. And then going on, if we think about a little bit further into the game when One Punch Blast is available for DARKCROW, ATG drone is probably going to be the #1 target of choice for that. But you've got to try to be a step ahead of your opponent. Like we know he's going to want to try to Shadow Dance, grab something in the pocket. You've got to be ready to block it.
Perk number 2.
Right, big XP lead for DARKCROW at the moment. Perk 2. Right, Shadow Dance is available on his next cycle, but he is no longer on the field. Going to see some poison on this, I should think. Boom. Not enough though. Chain's going to kill it. It's still got like 1 HP, which is kind of frustrating. The 1 HP ATG drone does as much as a full HP ATG drone. Loki, how you doing? Loki and I pass like ships in the night playing draft. Sometimes he beats me, sometimes I beat him. It's my story anyway. I still remember running into you, and I'm sure you were playing like a double Crackle Doom Cleaver draft or something. Get out. Sidestep dab. The cough dab? What are you talking about? James, thanks for the sub. Let's get a hype train going. Let's get some hype! Rooting for everything, anything but Slither. You'd say 8 for this strange German word. Nice! I'll take an 8. Abgerschlabag. No, Ashgerschlabert. Ashgerblig. No. I thought I had it, I didn't. I'm going to give up. I don't want to ruin my rating. I'm just going to stick with the 8. Big XP lead for DARKCROW here. He's got his perk 3. He's got his One Punch Blast. Destroyed does not have anything like that. Okay. ATG drone is out. Let's see what value it can get. The problem here is just the XP lead. DARKCROW has such a huge XP lead. He can basically just look at maybe one bridge for the rest of the game and still get to Mana Frenzy first. Nice jump. Nice one-punch blast. Wasn't really necessary, I don't think, but wanted to make sure he killed it. Yeah, and Destroy's, as DSOO in the chat says, Destroy is pretty unfortunate to come up against a Rekt when he's playing the ATG drone and the Harbinger, because Rekt is such a good answer to that. You'll see here, one-punch blast. Boom. This murders it.
You smell what Blue's cooking? That's right, he's cooking Mana Frenzy.
Right, Mana Frenzy for DARKCROW. He's going to be 2-0 ahead in this game. Harbinger's going to get some value in the pocket there, but you know, the Harbinger hits hard but slow. There's not really many big targets for it to get value against. It's going to take ages to kill anything. It's going to eventually just die when the next Rekt comes and jumps into the pocket. But let's see. Maybe he can hold on here, but the chain is going to kill it. Beginning of the end. DARKCROW's going to be 2-0 up. Remember, this is best of 5, so it's not over yet. Destroy can come back for a double reverse sweep.
And so, you fade from memory.
Right, okay, 2-0. Frustrating. Kind of hard countered there by Rekt, unfortunately. But we've seen a lot of Rekt, didn't get banned. Always potentially going to happen. Loki says, what do you guys think of Rekt's new perk? That's the Mass Illusion at perk 3. Honestly, I've not used it. Or I haven't really, I don't know if I've even seen it. Some people say it's kind of good. Matt says, very good in a small number of decks. I don't know if it's taken advantage of things that are working in ways that they shouldn't, because it shouldn't trigger on-death effects with the units. But there's kind of like some weird things where you get an illusionary reboomer, and then when it pops, it comes back into a real version. There's some of those kind of edge cases that obviously then they're not working as they should. I don't know if it's only good in those specific situations where things are not working as they should, or if it's just generally okay. I don't know. Remember, illusions are versions of a minion that have basically no HP and a third of their damage, I think. 33.3% damage. Pretty sure an illusion cleaver does 100 damage compared to a regular cleaver of 300 damage. But of course the question with an alt perk is you've got to think about how good it is, not just on its own and compared to other masters. You've got to see how good is it compared to your regular perk. Is it better in some situations or others? Is it better in all situations or no situations? And I think the most interesting part of the alt perks are when you can switch to them during the match based on what you're coming up against as a reactionary sort of skill measure. I've been kind of really frustrated with the alt perks this season because perk 2 has been broken. You can't choose your perk 2 in the streamer UI, which I always use. So I've kind of ignored most of them, to be honest. And a lot of them are perk 2. I know you can set them to the default, which is better than not being able to use them at all. Also, I don't think you can set your alt perks in draft either, which is kind of annoying because I've been playing some draft. Right, anyway. But I'm sure that'll be fixed at some point. Right, game 3. Is it going to be a clean sweep or the start of a potential
Showtime!
reverse sweep? Okay, Tronvir versus Tronvir. Tronvir's ult perk is seen as maybe one of the worst. Gonna get a buff. But no ult perks in this tournament. Morgul's Mark doesn't do enough there. Harder to take the bridge with Morgul's Mark than it previously was because it correctly spawns the swarmers around the minion as opposed to the location that you spawn the spell. Just got Daggerfall, yeah, that's... But that, I mean, that's like a choice you should make during the game, Sheep. If your opponent has a great way of shutting it down, then don't use it. Like, if you know they've got Daggerfall, don't use it. Or try to play around the Daggerfall. Okay. Destroy's going to be frustrated that DARKCROW suddenly pulls a beam out of his ass, having not run it previously when he really needs it.
Blue got the second perk.
Maybe he had a sixth sense. Who knows? Question: why does the Troubadour make no noise? Just doesn't make any noise, right? Okay. DARKCROW's got a big XP lead, and Destroy's going to be just frustrating that that beam exists, because his whole kind of strat is to Troubadour plus other stuff, and the beam just shuts that down.
Red got the second perk.
Boom. Sometimes that Wind Rune could get huge value. Okay, so Destroy's done the smart thing here where he's split things up. Going to get a nice explosion at the top there with the combustion. And remember, the combustion, if it kills something, it will invoke a Voidborn card in your hand. So he now has a 3 mana Magma Cannon instead of what he had before, which I think was the Morgul's Mark. Okay, DARKCROW's at perk 3, so it's his Wind Rune, which is the empowered one that will do everything. The knockback there is great. And one thing I will say that separates the good players from the not so good players when you're talking about using the runes is that the good players will utilize the knockback of it, putting things on bridges, off bridges, splitting things up, etc. Whereas the not so good players will just play it, and then whatever happens with the knockback happens. They won't use it as a tool. You're a tool. But the idea of Destroy's deck is to use the Troubadour, support it. Remember, Troubadour has Taunt. so it will protect everything around it to a degree. He also has the Morgrel's Mark, which means it will inflict taunt on something else, which will then force the Troubadour to attack it. But unfortunately, the Beam of Doom just nullifies everything.
Red gains the third perk.
I don't think we saw it before, but it's definitely here in this match. And the Beam of Doom is one of those cards, sometimes you play it and it just sits there and does nothing. Other times it is an absolute crux.
Oh, Blue got Mana Frenzy.
Okay, big explosion there, but it's not really going to matter. Mana Frenzy now for DARKCROW. Destroys 70 XP behind. That's huge. Even without any bridges, DARKCROW at the moment is getting more mana from the Mana Frenzy than Destroy. It's in total. That didn't really make sense, but I knew what I meant. Even if you don't have bridges at Mana Frenzy, you get more mana than your opponent because you get some organic XP just through the game, and that gets turned into mana. Yeah. What I meant. I knew what I meant. Okay, DARKCROW's going to place himself into the grand final. Bit of a deck building victory for him in this one, unfortunately. There's the beam. And DARKCROW takes this semi-final 3-0. Harry wants to co-cast with me. What's her game knowledge like? What should the Troubadour sound like? Have you never heard what the Troubadour sounds like? It's the bagpipe sounds. It's like he's playing the bagpipes, right? But why do we not hear it anymore? That goofy, yes, exactly. That is exactly what he should sound like. Okay, DARKCROW's in the grand final. I just want something. It's just weird, just silence. Okay, so semi-final 1 is over. Semi-final 2 is up next. Right, DARKCROW is going to be in the grand final. Is he going to place against Ficus? Or is he going to be placed against Destroy? No, Death Shoot, sorry. Let's find out. So, who's player 1? Ficus is player 1, okay. Set this up. The good news is the players are ready with their bands, so the delay now is simply me. Right, second semi-final. Best of 5, of course. Conquest rules back to 0-0. Let's have a look at the bands. Okay, let's have a look at the bands. Ficus has banned King Puff. He's also banned Flightless Dragons. He's also banned Zealots of the Burning Fist. And finally, the Red Golem. Okay, so we saw DSOO play at least the Red Golem, Flightless Dragons, and the King Puff earlier. So somewhat targeted there. DSOO has banned Rekt. Also has banned Talok. Avalanche, and of course Zealous of the Burning Fist. Bit of a theme there with those guys. Right. So let's choose the outcome. This fiction. start. Okay, who will win? Vicus or DSOO? Right. Submissions are open if you want to put your betting on. Right, Vicus, DSOO. Okay, I'm ready here. Let's see what these players bring. So the winner of this best of 5 will face DARKCROW in the grand final. I'm trying to find the command. You watch Loki play draft all day, yeah. Living the draft dream. Okay, it's exclamation point Minion Masters somewhere. There should be a command. I'm not sure where I can easily copy it from. I know, we can copy it from here. Good to see you, Parry. Trolly game knowledge. Okay, not sure who we're waiting on. Kind of need a pee, but I've also already said I'm ready, so you know that seems like that's a problem. Played the red golem in one match, spawned it 0 times, gets banned. Could be good, could be bad. We'll see. Red Golem is more an opponent card. What do you mean by that? Everyone's someone's opponent. Yeah, but I mean Ghost is another one of those cards that's sometimes incredible, sometimes terrible. Dark, what's going on? Felt amazing, yeah, I bet. Especially if you just happen to get it randomly from APEP. Don't mind if I do. Right, what are we waiting for? Unsure. Everyone putting money on Ficus. Say money. What I mean is channel points that are effectively valueless. They're kind of the opposite of money. Oh, well. Someone came in with just a few seconds to go with a massive number of channel points on DSOO. Can't see who it was. I can't rule out that it might be the man himself. Hey, Parry. Okay, let's see what's going on with this match. Right, looks like everyone's ready to go. Ghost should be a 3 cost. The problem with the Ghost is it can get so much value or so little value. There's no sort of control between the two, the highs and the lows. Okay, Ficus against DSOO in this semi-final.
Showtime!
Right, Ficus in the blue corner, Morelia. DSOO in the red corner, Tronvir. It's getting changed a little bit in the next patch, the Ghost, where it won't give Spirit to Mythics, which is a buff.
Blue unlocks their first perk.
It looks like DSOO's gone back to the King Puff deck, but not with King Puff.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Why are Zealots often banned? Because they're super strong. You played solos this year, they get so much value. Okay, nice use of the Frost there. Oh, that Golem melts! Okay, that's huge. You missed the bet. Someone put on a lot of points on DSOO right at the last second, and it might have been him, I'm not sure. Okay, we've seen a number of Morelia games today where the Dragon has basically won the match. Let's see what happens. DSOO has some decent DPS in his deck, so he might be able to handle the Dragon better than we've seen previously.
Red got the second perk.
How do you see the bat? I don't know. I can still see it at the top, but it'll come back when I close it out. Okay, Black Hole just to keep this attack going for as long as possible.
Perk number 2.
Done a lot of face damage here. 1 to 50 bet. Who did it? Hey. Oh, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like he wanted to keep that flame in for life. Doesn't really matter though. The knockback from Tronvir is nice. Remember, he only attacks every once every 6 seconds. So slow. Right, War Track is out. This is the perk 2 version with 2 cannons. Remember, King Puff was banned, I think, right? So that's why he's playing Tronvir. Tronvir is definitely going to be weaker for the perk 3 version of the game. Point of the game. I do think this match is going to be hugely down to how much Nirvir can affect it for Vickers. Okay, nice Bear Avalanche. Slowing it down, but it still needs some DPS. Not a direct answer to the propeller scraps. So they were able to get a lot of value there. Okay, perk 3 for both players. Tronvir is going to get the empowered the rune stone with all of the carvings on it, the word stone. The Vickers is going to get the dragon. So they kind of both have big power spikes at this point in the game. Oh, there he goes to the black hole again, trying to get more face damage out. Right, when are we going to see this dragon? Those prop scrats, though. If those prop scrats get to face, what does he have to deal with them? Morelia will kill them fairly quickly. Okay, there's the rune to freeze everything. Well, again, the black hole to get some more face damage out. That's a lot of face damage. He's getting him very low. Very low. He doesn't have any direct face damage. 3 HP! Okay, we're going to see a heal from Vickers soon. Oh, he's in his spellbook. He's waiting for the heal. Deadshot doesn't want to give it to him, though. But he's going for the heal, but he's going to mess it up. Vickers has messed it up. We could see that going to happen. He's never going to heal off those guys. They're always going to die. He's going to Bear Avalanche him to death!
Oh, Blue lost it.
I like that idea, Matt. Okay. DSOO takes that. Nice black hole plays. Vickers was stuck in his spellbook, waiting to heal. Excuse me. But he used the heal at the wrong point. Remember that life drain, the unit's got to still be alive when the drain ticks into existence. And it was not. I don't know if he'd waited, if he was going to have an opportunity to do it anyway, I'm not sure. Vickers got 35,000 channel points, DSOO got 150,000. Deadshot was able to put the pressure on with his black holes, do a lot of face damage, and really nullified the fact that that dragon even existed. The dragon did nothing, really. He was able to kill his opponent before the dragon became something he had to even worry about. You know, had Ficus survived that, had he got the heal off, had he not taken so much damage earlier on, then that dragon could have become a problem for DSOO. He does have good DPS in that deck, though. So, I don't know how much the dragon can do. Right, 1-0 to DSOO, best of 5. Winner goes through to the grand final against DARKCROW. So reminder about the conquest rules: if you win with a master, you can no longer play that master. So DSOO won that game with Tronvir, no more Tronvir for him. But on the other side of the coin, Ficus lost with Morelia, so he can play Morelia again, should he decide to do so. Okay, game 2. Deadshot's 1-0 up.
Showtime!
Okay, Ficus has stuck with Morelia. DSOO's gone for Milloween. The sisters face off. So we saw this kind of matchup earlier on with DSOO against DARKCROW. And DARKCROW was able to protect the Nirvir with the Daggerfall to kill the Swarmers, which was huge DPS, the Ravenous Swarmers. But Ficus doesn't have a Daggerfall. What's up, Jays? How you doing? Reminder, we are on a 3-minute delay, so I'm not being rude. Or I might not be rude. Up a big bear avalanche. There's an assassin at the top there as well. Ficus is going to take a hit from it. Does he know it's there? He does now. There should be a spectator view where you can see invisible units. I don't know. Thinking out loud. The tournament spectator view. Okay, so we're getting the War Track. Spawned just before perk 2, so he gets the base version for 5 mana. ATG Drone's going to nuke here. Well, the ATG Drone just survives as well. That could be important. I think the Bounce Brief Flinger can kill it, or the Spear Throws and the Tantrum Throws definitely will.
Red obtained perk number 2.
Right, Ficus has got to know that Assassin's there. Assassin's going to stealth again, though. Did he get a big hit off? It didn't look like it did a lot of damage, but it sounded like it did. I did not forget that Loki at all. I specifically remembered to not make you a mod. Completely the opposite of what you're saying happened. Right. ATG Drone's going to chew through whatever is at top. Ficus gets the heal that time. Not massively sure about that, but it might have been just the spell to trigger his Ravenous Swarmers. We'll see. Yup, there they are. We're going to have the same situation that we talked about in the first game. It didn't really happen in the first game as to what effect the dragon can have on it, but Ficus is not low HP this time, so not going to be the same situation. Shot just unable to get that bridge there. But like the ATG drone, that's going to be good DPS against the dragon if you can get it on. You can get something else to tank it. Okay, that's a good heal. It's going to kill the ATG drone, as well as get the heal. Sometimes the life drain is good just for removal. Sometimes it's good just for heal. Sometimes it's good for both. Oof! He tried to shock rock that to give the assassin time to go invisible, but not quite able to do that. And the weird thing about the War Track Dreadnought is it has 0 attack delay, which I think is the only minion to have 0 attack delay. It sees something, it fires immediately. Okay, this is a lot of damage coming out on DSOO here. Right, dragon coming in. Probably going to go for the spirit on this. It's probably the most valuable thing he can get here. A shock rock. Pushes everything underneath the ATG drone, trying to get as much value out of it. The overall DPS will be the same though. It does 8 attacks or 7 attacks. I think it does 7 attacks, right? It's called the X8 that does 7 attacks. Okay, this is looking a little scary for DSOO here. Doesn't have much health. But we've seen these Ravenous Swarmers just murder things in the past. And they're going to do it again. Look at it just eating that dragon. Rage and haste. Boom, boom, boom. Right, dragon's dead. Thickers is slightly ahead on XP, but still has a good push going. Don't know if DSOO can really deal with this. Okay, ATG drone dies. DSOO is dying to... It's gonna be... He's dead. He's dying, and it's occurred. He's now dead. Okay, 0-0. I don't know why I said 0-0. 1-1. 0-0 is where we started. 1-1 is where we are now. And I think the damage was done in the previous push where DSOO took a lot of face damage. Bib. Right, 1-1. We're back on level footing. It was the war track that he was kind of struggling to deal with at the end there. The dragon got kind of murdered by the Ravenous Swarmers. Of course, the Perk 3 war track with the Scrat launcher, or the Scratillery launcher, whatever you want to call it, the Scrat missile on the back, that can be frustrating. Remember, the way that the Perk 3 version works is it can only shoot something that's in front of it. Scrat, and I think in front of it is like 180 degrees, so basically from the sides of it to the front. So you can place stuff behind it, but it's tankable like a normal big minion, which it, when it started with, it wasn't, and that's why it was so disgusting, because it just had sort of no weaknesses. But you can still see it's pretty strong, but it wasn't really strong on its own. It was strong in conjunction with some other things. He's dying, now he's dead. Yeah, that's the kind of commentary you're here for. Quality announcing, yeah. He is alive, but losing that, and soon he will have lost it completely and be dead. Currently, he's 100% alive and 0% dead, but soon he will be 0% alive and 100% dead. Okay, something's delaying us. It's not me. I'm here. I'm always ready to go. Right, here we go. Game 3. 1-1. Thank you, Perry. Like, you want... If you listen, you want to know exactly what's happening, and you know exactly what was happening. Right, game 3. Vicus, Tronvir. We see a cleaver. We haven't seen a cleaver before. DSOO, Valorian. I don't want to tempt fate, but should I? Yeah, screw it. Good job on everyone for not messing up the ult perks yet. Nice stun. Still gets a hit off, unfortunately. This golem's going to take a bit of a hiding. Now, the interesting thing with the riposte from the musketeer is there's no requirement, and you could argue whether there should be or there shouldn't be. There's no requirement for when it triggers the riposte that it then ripostes and hits the same target. Because basically it ripostes back and then it re-aggroes at that point and whatever's closest it hits. And you can utilise that, as Deadshot kind of did, by tanking it not on the golem but instead on the barrel scraps. You could argue whether it should do that or if it shouldn't, but that's how it works. And it's just one of those things, game knowledge, that separates the top players from me. How do we feel about that black hole? Let's have a look. It got him the bridge. I mean, DSOO's black holes have been working today, but they do feel a little bit forced. I don't think we've seen a single black hole, which is like the typical black hole usage. The dodge a spell, something like that. They've all been aggro affecting black holes. Somehow that golem didn't get a hit on face. It got knocked onto face, and then Tronvir knocked it off of face, and it was just too far away to get that hit off before it died. Oh, the black hole to dodge. That was nice if it did dodge the damage. And it looked like it did. Can't see the health bar, it's too far outside. I didn't take any damage at all. That's got to be... Is that a prediction play? Can you react to that? I don't know. But that was really nicely done. Gonna get some decent face damage out. Always ready to go, yeah. Doesn't matter where we're going, I'm always ready. Okay. Looks a little dodgy for DSOO at the moment. That dodge, the black hole dodge of the wind rune, that's play of the day. What do you win for that? Nothing. It's close, but DSOO's pretty low HP, which is always going to be a concern. That makes you play in a way less efficient way.
Blue gained the third perk.
Okay, ATG drone trying to get the value that it can. Still alive, but only barely. Does feel like it's a strong XP lead for Vicus at the moment. Can the perk 3 from Valorian change things? I think he tried to dodge then, and he must have just guessed that it was coming. He's wasted. And I think that shows us that the earlier dodge was a complete prediction play. But this is a scary looking push. DSOO has no HP to deal with this. Does have a big stun coming. But what's the coming up after the stun? Nothing. Right, Ficus takes that. 2-1 now.
Give it up for blue!
Now we feast.
Right. DSOO with maybe play of the day and whiff of the day in the same match. Okay, it's best of 5, remember. So first to 3, Ficus is 2 out of the 3, getting close. Yeah, those prediction plays with the black hole, high risk, high reward. And if you're trying to predict it, basically what you're doing is especially against Tromvir, you're paying attention to timers because you know his rune is on a timer, and you're also paying attention to the order of the runes, so you know when the next rune is going to be. That wind rune is the one that you want to try and block. And then you're kind of assuming that, okay, my opponent's got the wind rune, I've paid attention to the timers, so I know that. I see an opportunity where he's very likely to play the wind rune, and then you have to try to black hole it at that moment. So that's huge prediction. But then once that happens, if you're Ficus in that situation, once that happens to you, then you have to try to be less predictable so it doesn't happen again. And that might be what happened with the second black hole, where DSOO tried to predict it, it didn't happen. Because basically in Ficus' situation, you're saying, okay, if he's going to try to predict that, let's just hold on to this with, without being holding on for too long, but just hold on to this until he plays his black hole incorrectly, and then I'm free to go. So that kind of prediction play it's like you can do it once, and happening again is very, very unlikely. Okay, semi-final. We've got Ficus against DSOO. We've already seen DARKCROW against Destroy. DARKCROW is in the grand final, awaiting the victor here. In the previous tournament, I believe it was Ficus against DARKCROW, with Ficus coming out as the victor. So we may have a repeat of that. We might not. Depends what DSOO has to say about it. And if you know DSOO, he has a lot to say about a lot of things, even if you don't want to listen. Still need to pee. Every delay is painful to my bladder. So, conquest rules. So if players are winning with something, they cannot play it again. Ficus is losing his available masters one by one. DSOO has to win this to take it to a decider. If not, Ficus is going to be in the grand final against DARKCROW. Okay, we're loading in. Game 4.
Let's go!
Ficus is playing Valorian. DSOO is playing Wrecked. DSOO looks like he's playing the King Puff deck that we saw him previously play. And the same deck that he played, I think, with Valorian as well. If you're reconnecting after every match, Loki, that sounds like the idiot filter is triggering.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Big poison from the Wogosaur at the bottom. It's interesting at the top there, you see Wrecked pushing the Crystal Sentry. Wrecked is faster and heavier, since it's a mythic. Big Bearvalanche value, and I feel like you've got to say that's a mistake from Ficus. He knows that Bearvalanche is there. He can't play the Spear Throwers altogether like that. Spear Throwers. A nice jump, takes out that annoying Snake Druid. That's good. Boom. Trying to keep the assassin alive, does so. Forces out a Daggerfall, which didn't really kill much of anything. How did the Daggerfall not kill all of those? Like, what is even happening there? How did it not kill the prop board? Okay, we saw Deadshot using the black hole before to get more damage out. What if... Looked like he used the black hole there to get the Grenadier out of the pocket to kill it. Worth it? Not sure. But it's going to be a Bearvalanche again at the top, surely, right? It doesn't prevent a bridge, so you may decide against it. Okay, Flame Imp survives. Thanks for the follow, Bofral. Whose perk 3 is going to have the biggest impact? That warrior's going to melt. There'll be some good face damage coming out here. Oh, the Fire Imp doesn't quite get his attack off, but those prop scrats are doing a lot of work there, forcing the defensive Searing Light as well. We've seen Deadshot really pushing the issue with these offensive black holes. He can't afford that assassin to hit his face. It doesn't. Deadshot ahead on XP now as well. Let's see. Oh, he black holes against the Daggerfall. That might be more of a reaction than a prediction because the spell does have a telltale sign at the master. Bit more face damage, 280 health left for Ficus. Doesn't really want to take any face damage here, prevents it. But the thing is, because Ficus is so low HP, he's having to use things like the Daggerfall defensively like that. And that means he has no way really... Oh, he has no way really of dealing with these prop scrats, the prop horde, and they are just causing a huge problem for him. Eating through everything, getting to face, he has to play the warrior. Oh, he tries to defuse the black hole. Maybe Ficus was ready for that with the extra play. Not entirely sure, might have just got a little bit fortunate there. But both players very low. Deadshot needs to do a little bit more face damage. Ooh, one punch blast here. Is it? He might save the one punch blast and try and... Oh no. I thought he might save it to try to jump on face. This is very close. Both players are very low HP, but I think it feels like Deadshot's got a decent XP lead. He could maybe just think about bridges at this point. That's a nice Searing Light, though. Keeps that bridge blue. This is going to be close. XP leveling up here. There's the Bear Avalanche. It's not going to hold that bridge, though. Oh, he tried to block the cleaver. That could be big. The Searing Light took out the block. He's not using his one punch blast. Oh, this is getting very dodgy for him. Jump into the last second. Kind of works out, but that cleaver's still alive. Is the cleaver going to hit face? No, yes. Oh, the heal! The heal from Valorian kept the cleaver alive.
But it feels a little late.
Deadshot played the Scrat Horde, the Propeller Horde to kill. But then, the heal from Valorian on the cleaver at the last second just kept the cleaver alive. That was close. Deadshot's gonna be pissed. Right. Okay. Okay. Right. Restart the games. So we're ready for the grand final. Right, so it's going to be Ficus against DARKCROW in the grand final, which is a repeat of last month's grand final. Super close. Again. Ficus getting to back-to-back finals. Okay, I'll just get this up so we have the music, and then we will get ready for the grand final. Right, so let's choose the outcome for this. Ficus was the victor. Where's the stream lagging? Going on? We're okay, relax. Let me just make sure the game's finished on stream. It hasn't. Okay, good. I nearly ruined it for everyone, but I didn't. I'm a professional streamer. Right, BRB. just a broken elbow. Right. DSOO is triggered. Can't beat them, join them. Okay, let's get set up here for the grand final. So prediction is going to be who will be the champion. Oh, find out. Pick us against DARKCROW. Wait. Has it already come? Oh, that must be the previous one. Oh, that's from last. Yeah, okay. I thought I messed it up. Bye bye 150k. Rip. You enjoying it, Froggeroni? Nice. We still have the grand final to come. Right. If you missed any of the action, remember it'll be up on YouTube tomorrow. And these matches, you watch them back and pay specific attention to what's going on, how the players are playing. A really good way for newer players to learn, because this game's really rewarding for good choices, good placement, good timing. Right, pick a DARKCROW. So we'll just give the players a moment, especially Ficus, recovering from that match against DSOO. Right, I'm going to have Kit Kat. Oh. When you don't realise how hot it is in here until you pick up some chocolate and you're like, ooh, okay. I can't snap a finger off because it's so soft, it just folds. I'm gonna get messy. Welcome to the mukbang part of today's stream. Okay, we have the bans. Right, so Ficus is player 1. Let's try not mess these up this time. Always a first. Player 1, Ficus, has banned R3KT. A lot less mad. Yeah, but you're only less mad because you've got plans for tonight and you were worried about the tournament extending into your plans. But now, you don't have to worry. You can paint your Warhammer 40k in peace. Okay, so Ficus banned Wrecked. Morgrul's Mark. Oh, I messed that up. Wrecked. Morgrul's Mark. A Kinlip. And of course, Zealots. DARKCROW has banned Florian. Thanks for Baylor. Bounce Reflingers. Zealots. If you have both players ban Zealots of the Burning Fist on your bingo, please cross that off immediately. And Herald our Moon. Right, there we go. I got some chocolate. Gotta find it. 5-second rule. Okay. That is true, Muffin. Right, are we ready? No, we're not. But we're almost ready. So, player 1 is Ficus, and player 2 is DARKCROW. Right, best of 5. Conquest rules. Same as in the previous match. Only got 1 million left. Okay, DARKCROW gets the most channel points. Yeah, a lot of slithers. I don't think the Taluk nerf's going to change too much. But we definitely have the situation where they seem to be stronger in tournament play, not ladder play. And the game is not balanced for tournaments. Maybe we should have alternating global card bans for the tournament. Don't know how we'd choose them though. Did I say I'm ready, or am I just chilling here with my Kit Kat? No, we are ready. I said I'm ready. Are you ready? Doesn't matter if you're ready, it's going to happen anyway. Right, that was very soft. Let's have a grand final stretch. Oh! Remember, if you like this kind of content, be sure to check out my OnlyFins. Oh, I only stretched one leg.
Masters of Minions and Minions of Masters, prepare to duel.
Here we go, grand final. I just pressed all the buttons. Okay, game 1 of this best of 5. Ficus, Morelia, DARKCROW, Ravager. We've seen a couple of Ravagers today, but they really haven't panned out particularly well. Let's see if DARKCROW can have a little bit more success than we've seen previously with Ravager. I do like sets. No, it was Nicola's, I think, suggestion that the Wogasaur pup should do the hot when he spits. I don't care if it's a dead meme. That meme will never die.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Yeah, I don't know how you decide
Blue
on
unlocks their first perk.
stuff being banned. Try to have like a general consensus between the players. Not sure. Right, so remember that Herald was banned by DARKCROW, but that means he can play it himself. And Herald's getting a good amount of face damage out at the moment here. Gets a res as well. This is a mad amount of damage. Oh, you just made me think of a joke, Muffin. How do we make it as cringe as possible? If Apep went to Hogwarts, which house would he be in? Slytherin.
Red got the second bird.
Well, that war track just out of base range. That's kind of annoying. My number one drive in joining this is to provide entertainment, says D2. I live for those plays. We appreciate your entertainment. Right, not so much value coming out from Herald Our Moon this time, but there is a big res available. Oh, look at that res. Oh my goodness, it's going to absolutely murder that war track. That's huge. War track goes down and does nothing. Spunks out a couple, spawns a couple of scrats. That's, the bridge was already taken. You like that stretch? Mm-mm. What do you mean? I was in the garden yesterday. Maybe even wearing shorts. My Twitch tan. No white lines. It's been sunny as F recently. It was hot today. I missed it all. Missed it all for you. So that second Herald didn't do much in terms of face damage, but it did get a lot of value. Refund, please.
Blue gained the third perk.
Sag.
Red gained the third perk.
There ain't no refunds allowed. Right, let's see what happens here. Beaver's going to get another hit off. Dragon is out. We've seen how impactful that dragon can be. We've also seen Morelia lose before the dragon does anything. Let's have a look. Trying to unholy ground it. Oh, Herald's not in the dragon's attack pattern. That's massive. Right, dragon melted. This is working perfectly for DARKCROW at the moment. This is going to do a lot of damage here. How does he get through the Brooders? He can't get through the Terror Brooders, and all the while he's dying to Slap Daddy. DARKCROW takes it with another slither of the deck. Well, now I can stretch my other leg. Okay, first game to DARKCROW. Of course. Oh, you get big cam this time. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Gotta keep active during these events. Nice Harry Potter joke, yes. Slytherin. Can't take full credit for it. Yeah, I think this one's a bit dodgier. I don't want to do that for too long, because someone will get mad. You can't sit on my lap right now. I understood some of those words, Muffin, but I don't know the context. Right, DARKCROW a game up against Ficus here. That means that DARKCROW has played Ravager, and he's won with Ravager, which is kind of interesting because Ravager is not necessarily a top-tier master. But it did what he needed to do. He got the perfect situation where he had the Terror Brooders and the Herald Our Moon above it, which if your opponent doesn't have a beam or something, it's so difficult for them to deal with. Worked out perfectly for him. He did get kind of lucky with the Nirvir somehow not hitting the Herald Our Moon, despite it looking like it was right almost in front of him. I was in the garden, but only after... Shh! Don't give away my secrets. I like to sunbathe, but only with sunlight that is reflected off the moon. It's just, you know, it's just something that I prefer. Of course, I still use sun cream. Yeah, exactly. You don't know, my garden might be in shade 24/7. It's an inside garden. What's the one card you need? Why are Morelia matches the longest? Because they tend to drag on. Drag on. Because she's got a dragon, and drag on sounds like dragon. Are these Adidas? Yes. Gotta support my German brethren. You say it's not safe for work. It depends. Depends what your work is. What is he watching? Didn't mean to pin that. See, the annoying thing is you pinned that and then it's like disappeared. And now it says failed to load module, and it's covering up half of my chat, which is already only a quarter of my screen, so I can hardly see anything. Thanks. Right, what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? Who knows? Professional moderator. What game are you talking about, Muffin?
Duel!
Right, here we go. Game 2. What are we going to see? Anything different? Yes, DARKCROW's got a Reconator. We haven't seen a Reconator today so far. Ficus is playing Wrecked. He's playing the SBI Invitational winning set skin. What? What'd I do? I don't know, you're reacting to something 3 minutes ago. I don't know what it is. Do you like the Dragon?
Blue has unlocked their first perk.
Dragon D's nuts!
Red has obtained their first perk.
Okay, no Reconator explosion. Oh, wow, DC, you must be having such fun at parties.
It's because her book is so versatile.
Top tier humor. Nice. Okay, Scotty killing friend and foe. Insa's probably in here primarily for the Snake Druid. It's so weird seeing the chat 3 minutes ago. Like, I can't remember what I said 10 seconds ago.
Blue obtained perk 2.
Okay, the Spirited Reconator is a bit of a force to be reckoned with. Look how much extra health that Spirit gives it.
Number 2.
Like 40%, right? Up to whatever the maximum is. Okay, so he's going to get some good face damage off from this. Probably enough DPS to stop it from exploding. Easy. But this time it's going to be DARKCROW with the Dragon. Yeah, some people say I should do stand-up humor, but I think that's just because they want to watch me fail. Is there anything more stressful in life than the Reconator deeping? DARKCROW's taking a lot of face damage here. It's not over yet, still. Listen, sometimes it takes a while to choose what deck you're going to play. But some players have 17 copies of the same deck. But they still got to make that decision, right?
Blue gained the third perk.
Right, perk 3 for Ficus. One Punch Blast is here. Oh, that's going to be a nice Hypno. Murders the Reconator. Scotty doesn't take too much damage, but he then gets one Punch Blast. Spirits are not going to do too much. And this is very dodgy for DARKCROW because he wants his Dragon out. He's got a lot of mana, but he's not quite at perk 3 yet. And he's got a big push on his face, and he's low HP. This looks like it's going to be 1-1 because he's so close to winning this.
Gains the third perk.
Oh, okay, 50 HP. Something hit face. Not sure what it was, but it was a thing, and it was enough. Right, 1-1. Answering a question from chat? No. No, I'm not even really aware that chat exists. I'm doing this stream for myself. If anyone else is here, that's fine. Right, Ficus fights back. 1-1. Of course, once he's won with Wrecked, he can no longer play Wrecked! Wrecked them. Damn near killed them. Not sure if either of these people have lost today. Remember they played against each other and we had that weird tie? Yeah, I think they're both unbeaten so far today. But someone is going to lose. We are not going to have a tie in the grand final, I assume. I would say stranger things have happened, but I don't think they have. It really feels like, and apologies if I'm wrong, but it really feels like some of the players are like, oh, we've got 5 minutes maximum until we have to start the next match. So they literally wait those 5 minutes for no reason. Could be wrong, but I could also be right. Awkwardly, the match has just started, so drop that from the record. Right, 1-1. Game 3. Ficus, DARKCROW. Diona, Tronvir.
Duel.
Here we see how slow Tronvir's auto attack is. Single shots, those spear throwers, but only one every 6 seconds. Don't do much damage, so it's not really a problem, but have some horde on your face, and that is an issue. That was horde on your face. Didn't hear anything else. Okay, so prop horde. We've seen Deadshot use it and how powerful it can be. What does he have to deal with it? Diona's going to be good at killing it once he gets onto face. Okay, the Hypno kind of worked out, and they the Slithers poisoned each other, so that was kind of perfect at the end there. Mrs. Phosgene. Mrs. Phosgene. Is that your wife? Listen, if you can't laugh at your own jokes, whose jokes can you laugh at? Tronvir just says no to that. That trap on face. Okay, I give up. Right, perk 2 about happening at the same time for both players. Ruffles is available.
Blue obtained perk 2.
And so is the Runic
Red
Empowerment.
obtained perk
Right.
number 2.
Does have the... What does he have? What is he... Like... Okay, these prop hordes might be crucial for DARKCROW here. Look how much face damage they're doing. Because might need to think about holding his crossbow trap to deal with those. His crossbow trap will murder them. Ruffles gets a yellow vial, which of course is XP. Okay, Musketeer doing a good job here. Okay, Hypnotize on the Scrats. Don't hate it. Okay, would almost... Oh. Ruffles died to the last one. Last one. What? Laugh one? What the hell? Did we put my teeth in? Right, we're going to have a boomer pop here. I feel like he's tried to stop Ruffles with that, but that did not work. Ruffles cannot be taunted. But can take a spirit. Can be annoying. Yeah. Right, Ruffles again going for the yellow vial, the XP. Here comes the Hypnotize, trying to remove the anti-air. But at least it forces out the trap. Still going to get through and kill everything.
Blue gained the 3rd perk.
There's the Revelry. Ruffles coming out for a hill. Okay, these guys are going to beat each other off. small XP lead for Ficus here in the grand final in game 3. Neither players have done too much phase damage.
Red gains the third perk.
Okay, putting the trap. Help clear that top bridge. Okay, well, I feel like it's a mistake from DARKCROW. That trap's still there, and that trap's going to just murder those propeller scrats. The trap is the best answer Ficus has for those prop scrats. Which means it's crucial for DARKCROW to try to play around them. More difficult at this stage of the game, though, with perk 3 giving those double traps. Don't think DARKCROW's used his perk 3 rune yet, though. Might be wrong, but let's see when the next one comes. Okay, it's coming up now. Okay, he has used it, okay. Yeah, but they spend 5 minutes waiting and then they play the same deck. Okay, again the prop horde getting shut down. Feels like DARKCROW had a lot of beneficial prop horde interactions at the start, but Ficus has figured out how to shut them down. Okay, Ficus super close to his Mana Frenzy. Oh, that's a weird hypnotize. I'm gonna get some value though.
Blue got Mana Frenzy.
DARKCROW's just too far away from his own Mana Frenzy. Even if he can hold on here and try to contest the bridges, he's just gonna die. He's just gonna die. That's it. Some more top tier commentary. He's just going to die. Look for my 7th Slither deck. There you go.
Victory!
2-1! Okay,
no one will
Ficus
stand in my way.
looking to get back-to-back victories in these events is ahead. Okay, start the stopwatch. God damn it! Oh, I'm too hungry. That's my excuse. Okay, 2-1. But of course, no Diona now for Ficus. DARKCROW getting a little unlucky against playing against the master that has a real fast attack that can deal with the prop horde on their face or defensively. Would be a very different story against Tromvir, for example, King Puff, something like that. But I think from matches we've seen over the tournaments and just gameplay in general, the prop horde is one of those cards that's either just disgusting and kills everything, or your opponents have a good counter to it and it does nothing. Do you reckon like they have, talking about the Slither, the kind of the players with 1,000 Slither decks meme. Do you reckon they had the same deck, but with a different master? Like a separate deck slot for each of those, just a different master. You don't even have to change your master, you just change the slot. But if the Slither strat is arguably the strongest, people are going to play it. You know, when money's involved as well, people are going to play whatever's the strongest. And then if you talk about maybe banning Slither stuff or stuff that's strong, then you feel like, oh, is that fair? Because you're banning stuff that some people specifically use and some people specifically don't use. It feels a little bit unfair to some people. Okay, so Vickers is 1 game away from being the back-to-back champion. DARKCROW is 2 games away from stopping that from happening. Oh, good morning, FDM. Oh, that's why you've been ignoring me. Okay, I don't feel so bad now. You're allowed to ignore me when you're asleep. I didn't look at the clock. How long have we waited? Maybe like 48, 4 minutes 48, 49, 50, 4 minutes 59, 5 Q. It's happening. It must be 5 minutes.
Let the fight commence.
Right, game 4. Vickers close us out. And DARKCROW fight back. Let's see what we've got. What is Vickers playing? It's the same deck. Of course it is, but it's with Tromvir this time. DARKCROW playing Valorian. Reach.
Red has obtained the first perk. Blue obtained the first perk.
Yeah, but if you remove faction buffs, you kind of remove the entire point of factions, right? What about if the tournaments ban a specific faction that changes each tournament? They just go through the factions. Okay, let's see how he deals with this green golem. Oh, Musketeer. I don't think that's played correctly to get back on the bridge, but I don't think it would take it anyway. It would neutralise the... No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't do anything, actually, to the bridge, because the bridge would effectively remain red the whole time.
Blue just got the second perk.
Bans per game instead of per round. Seems too much. I mean, it's like whatever you do is going to be unfair to someone.
Red got the second perk.
Thing is, I don't hate things that are OP and everyone bans, because then that opens up space for other things that might not necessarily have been seen. Slither? I barely know her. Nice. Because, as we've seen a lot today, ahead on XP at the moment. Yep, no. Lots of slithers attached to it. Lots of slithers get nuked. We've seen some Tronvir games end at the perk 3 power spike. Let's see if that happens here or not.
Blue gained the third perk.
A small XP lead for Ficus here. Having to use that rune on to defend face is not ideal. The same with spells. You ideally don't want to be using them on your side of the field, right? You want to use them away from you where they can do things that your minions cannot.
Red gains the third perk.
Right, the perk 3 power spike coming for Ficus has his word rune there. DARKCROW ready with the chain to try to deal with it, but there's just too much, especially with the runic empowerment on the next ground minion. XP's still close enough for this for DARKCROW to be in with a chance here. Hasn't seen a bridge for a while though, and that's problematic at this part of the game. Remember, Ficus, if he takes this game, he's going to be the grand champion. 69 viewers. Ah, nice. Nobody leave. Nobody join. No. Renzo always leaves after a 69. Or so I've heard. It's taking a while to clear this up, but does have one bridge and is only 10 XP away from Mana Frenzy. This is close. This is very close indeed. DARKCROW needs to just go for the bridges now. Full bridge commitment. Unsure, Elso. They could clip. There's Mana Frenzy. This is going to be Ficus taking this game. He's going to be the grand champion for 2 tournaments in a row. There we go! Ficus is the champion! He's beaten DARKCROW in the grand final in back-to-back grand finals. This time 3 games to 1. GG. 'G. 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 Whew. The power of Slither. We've seen Slither from both sides. Some wins, some losses, but overall Slither very strong there at the moment. Right, there we go. Ficus is the champion. Nicely done. Right, we had some great matches today. And that was the last of them. Okay, I won't do the prediction yet because people haven't... the match hasn't finished on the stream, so we don't want to ruin that for everyone. So cringe, DSOO. You're so cringe. GG. Probably won't get an interview from Ficus. Since he doesn't think his English is good enough. But we shall ask the question. Maybe he's become fluent since the last tournament. Right, so we just wait for the match to end on the stream with a 3-minute delay, and then we can complete the prediction. GG. Right, looks like it's just finished on the stream. Okay, let's complete that prediction. Nice, okay. What's going on? So, if you're confused by the discussion in the chat, there has been some people, I don't know, a focus group, I don't know, that are trying to put together. Their idea is to have a tournament, but with a limited card set. So all the strongest stuff is kind of removed. If I remember, anything with AOE is removed. Any sort of really strong masters are removed. So the idea is to do a tournament with a far reduced card pool, which should make different strats that are not normally viable, or cards that are not normally viable more viable. So if you want to find out more about that, I think Moradin is heading that. Talk about the Discord, go into the Discord if you ever want the discussion, if you want to get involved when they're testing that out to see how that goes. Deathshot says, according to the statistics I've accrued, Slither loses 100% of the matches when the opponent is also running Slither. Yeah, that can be confirmed. Okay, Ficus unfortunately cannot or doesn't want to do an interview, but he says he is grateful to his opponents. They were incredible. Doesn't say a single word about the the tournament staff, anything like that. Feels bad, man. Right, so what do we need to do to close out? We will have no winner's interview. I am hungry. It's kind of late, actually. Feels like this has gone on a little bit longer than normal. We did have some delays. So we'll do a few things. We have some giveaways to do, so make sure you enter the giveaway. Which I'll probably do a little bit later. I've had something to eat. Hit the follow button if you're new here. And you want to come back. It'd be great to see you. Always good to have some new folks, existing folks, old folks, young folks. It's getting weird. Right, so we've got the giveaway. Any other business? Good question. Don't forget about the PTR. It's open this week, and get involved in the Minion Masters PTR. Go to the Discord, give yourself the PTR role. I think it might be called Tester, actually. And check out the PTR section for further details. See the upcoming cards, balance changes, and give your feedback on what you like or what you potentially don't like. And if you do want to speak to the devs regarding balance, that is pretty much the best way to speak to them directly. They will listen. They will read all of the responses to that survey. Right. Oh, I think that's pretty much it. We can... Feels weird because we're finishing like without the winner's interview, so it feels like something's missing, but I don't think anything is missing. But yeah, congratulations to everyone that got involved in today. Appreciate you guys. Big shout out to Vicus, 2 in a row. Appreciate everyone that joined, and of course thanks to BetaDwarf, the developers, and Team Mana Frenzy for putting this on. Of course with Sinobii behind the scenes, being a legend as always. So we'll start the waving, and then we'll get our raid off. Get our raid messages. Idea, Nicholas says, is to do a tourney where it's more about the skill of a player and less about who can ban better. Okay. So there are no bans in the tournament then? Just like global card bans, but no specific bans? Okay. Oga Tabadaba, what's up? Oga Tabadaba. Oga Tabadaba. I think that's close. I think that's close. Almost had to sing it to get it working. I'll do the giveaway in a little bit, so keep your eye on your Twitch whispers. The bot does require you to be a follower, so if you're not following, it just won't let you win. It'll let you in, which is kind of awkward, but it won't let you win. That's just how it works. It's not my rules, it's the bot rules. Don't forget, YouTube tomorrow, the VOD will be up. Oh yes, we had 5 rounds of Swiss. Yes, thank you, DC. That might have been more of why. So extra rounds of Swiss, so extra waiting. My point stands. But then we did have a semi-final that was 3-0, so that was pretty quick one. So, you know, we can just argue about this all day long if you want. What the fuck, DC? Okay, we've got to wait until the waving happens on the stream. Then we can end whatever this has been. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the subs. James Bond fires with the sub earlier. Abgeshlebert. Uncle, you'll have to tell me how to pronounce that. With the brand new sub. Pillow Pants with the Prime. Renzo and DSOO. Appreciate you guys. Interview DSOO. Ain't no time for that. Set out like 3 hours. Are we waving yet? You missed any of the wave? Remember, the full wave in all its glory will be available on the YouTube stream. Video. That's video. YouTube video. The VOD. Video on demand. Right. Miguel is streaming. We're going to go and see him. He has follower-only chat, apparently, for some reason. See you on the flip-flop. Oof. It's over. Right. If you got left behind with the raid for whatever reason, that's where we went. That's where we are. That's pretty much it from me. Thanks for being here.